I'm really, really sorry, Zelda, but yeah, finding you involves not doing side quests, and I don't think I'll be doing that today. Or rather, well, I will be doing those side quests, not the main one. Either way, welcome back. Welcome back to Tears of the Kingdom. I'm super excited, finally, since I wasn't able to play yesterday, and every day without Zelda is, well, it wasn't a bad day, but it's definitely not a good one either. Especially considering that we weren't really able to get as far as we wanted in our Savage Proc yesterday night. But we'll see how it goes tonight after reclear. Well, I was going to say reclears, but it's really only one. It's only the P9S thing we need to reclear. Well, either way, we're back in Hyrule. We're back with Tears of the Kingdom. So let's get into this and let's enjoy this beautiful game. Hello, and welcome. I hope you're having a beautiful morning, day, or evening, wherever you are. Please don't mind me still drinking my coffee here. It was a bit late this morning, or rather, well, not really. I just had a lot of stuff to do still, so technically I was still late, but you get the idea. Whatever. Let's get into this. Let's continue. So we left off, actually. Let's maybe recap, I was going to say yesterday, Sunday, a little bit. So, I ventured forth into the chasm, mainly because, well, the game kind of pushes you in that direction. And so far, since it's a first playthrough, I'm inclined to go along with what the game suggests. For the most part, obviously, I'm going to look at everything on the way that seems interesting to me. But eventually, I'll go where the game suggests me to go. Right, where did that lead us? So Yasha started the quest, or pushed us towards doing research in the depths about the statues that we had already looked at. It was pretty clear, actually, that we're pointing at something. Funnily enough, obviously, you could have probably just gone there by yourself, right? You don't need to wait for a quest to continue. Either way, I did. And once I went back into the chasm and she had her stone slab completed, that meant that we're actually meant to follow the statues, and apparently there was some sort of temple in the middle of where they lead you. And that's the great abandoned central mine. So funnily enough, it's not really that much of a temple. It kind of is, kind of isn't, depending on how you want to look at it. There is a lot of interesting stuff here to discover. First of all, it is, interesting that this is right below the Great Plateau, and therefore the Temple of Time. It actually matches the location almost perfectly. There is a secret spring of revival, possibly some sort of power source for the Hylia statue in the Temple of Time. I don't know. I thought it was pretty interesting. It replenishes your hearts when you're swimming in it, but I haven't really seen that much far beyond that. Thing is, we're probably going to go back here, right? Once we tell Yasha about what we discovered, I'd imagine we'll be getting a bunch of additional requests from her to look at all of this. I haven't really looked at the mining structure around here, which is also going to be interesting. What was equally interesting to me, well, first of all, we have the growth of time here. There really didn't seem that much to look at, but there was like a tree stump that I wasn't sure why it existed. Why does this have that name, right? That's very, very interesting. I don't know. Hopefully we're going to be looking into that in the future as well. And then, well, in the Great Abandoned Central Mine, or rather below it, it seems that the Zonai potentially excavated a Bargainer statue, right? The ones that we can give pose to return them to, their rest, their final resting place. So, all things considered, what that place looks like, right? Purely looking at it, it seems that the Zonai potentially discovered these statues, that they even predate the Zonai. And ultimately, well, they still obviously mined the Zonite down here, but they build what looks to be, well, essentially a temple around that statue, right? There's walkways all over the place. There's a bunch of lights. The way it's set up clearly means that either they, or rather, they probably both researched the statue, right? But also possibly prayed to it or something similar. Either way, super, super interesting. Definitely looking forward to finding out more about that. But funnily enough, somebody beat us to the structure, the Yiga clan. So there were two, they're all disguising as members of the research team, funnily enough. But obviously they're not exactly the brightest people. It seems like they very easily gave up who they were. And, well, eventually we actually met an old friend, let's put it that way. Master Koga, master of the Yiga clan, tried to stop us or tried to get our power from us because the thing that you actually activate down here, which I haven't even said, is auto-build. It's the final power, oh, wrong button. It's the final power here that I was still missing from my wheel, and as the name suggests, it lets you rebuild things that you've previously built, that you've saved as a favorite, and the game also has schematics in it that you can find that allows you to build various structures, right? And that goes from, so you get a list, obviously, that goes from planes to hovercrafts, motorcycles, but also things like this that allow you to possibly ascend through stuff. So it just makes it super easy to build these structures. What is particularly interesting here is that you can both recreate them out of materials that are lying on the ground, but if one or even all of the materials are missing, the game allows you to pretty much conjure those up out of thin air as long as you have the corresponding amount of Zonite in your inventory. So that's kind of insane. It's a pretty cool power that is going to come in really, really handy. And even though the quest points you towards it, honestly, just like the quest with Impa points you at the Forgotten Temple, I was inclined to just leave it be for now, because the depths and, the way it's built up, it just screams as if it's a more, difficult task. It really isn't at the end of the day, but it seems like it. So I wonder how many people potentially skip this for a very long time before they finally find it. But either way, it's a super awesome power. And then Koga was, screaming unfair because he didn't have this power and he ran away after we beat him. Fight was really fun. So what makes the Yiga clan, excuse me, just finishing up my coffee here before it gets cold. But what makes the Yiga clan super fun to fight, they're not difficult to fight by any means, right? But what makes them super fun to fight, and it sort of goes back to what they did with the Master Koga boss fight that was present in Breath of the Wild, because that also already had really, really interesting mechanics to it, or fun mechanics, right? It was utilizing the abilities you had in sort of a slapstick comedy kind of way to beat your boss, which was, well, really unique for Breath of the Wild, and that's why it was so fun. Well, this time around, they went above and beyond, as with everything else that this game seems to be doing, and, well, the Yiga are actually utilizing the Zonai things, and they're building stuff out of it. So we fought, tank-like things that can shoot rockets at us. We fought airplanes with alarms on them, right? Master Koga eventually got an airplane with an automatic cannon turret on it. So all kinds of crazy stuff. It was really fun to fight. And yeah, he ran away when we fought him for the first time. I followed him, which is why I uncovered so much of the map down here. Fought him again in the abandoned Gerudo mine, obviously found a bunch of items and whatnot on the way, a new armor piece that illuminates your surroundings. Looks a bit weird, but oh well. And yeah, fought him again, and he ran away again. So we eventually need to follow him. I think, yeah, the quest is still marked. He's over here now, which is obviously really far away, and I won't be bothering with that right now. My plan is to go back to Lookout Landing, talk to Yosha about what we found down here in the Great Abandoned Central Mine, and then finally make my way onto Kakariko, which I've been wanting to do for a while now. But yeah, that's pretty much what we did. Super fun, super funny, super interesting, a bunch of things discovered, and overall, this game just continues on giving. It's so crazy. I never ever would have thought just the sheer amount of surprises you get, right? Because, I don't know, from Breath of the Wild, I was really used to the world being the main attraction, right? The world was awesome, the world looked awesome, it was really different from region to region, but overall the game was very similar when it came to, you know, oh, you go from one tower to the next, right? You go from one shrine to the next. You go from one divine beast to the next. You fight your next Bokoblin camp. I don't know, right? So even though the game was really fun and it was interesting traversing the world, it really only was about that traversal, which wasn't bad. Like, it was great. But this game just cranks that up to 100, right? In like an insane way, because you constantly find these things. They're just super big surprises, boss fights you would have never thought existed, right? People coming back you wouldn't have thought would be coming back. Structures that reveal insane implications, right? Like the Bargainer statue below the mine that is below the Temple of Time for some reason. Also, in general, it really seems as if the depths have an even stronger connection to the overworld than I originally thought. I mean, I'd already gone to one of the labyrinths and discovered that all three layers are connected through them, right? So the Sky Islands, the ground level, and the depths. But it seems as if almost any structure, for one reason or another, has a corresponding structure down in the depths, at least obviously the important ones, right? So for example, on the map here, below the Colosseum that was housing a Lionel in the previous game, now there seems to be another one below that in the depths. So yeah, it's also, and that comes back to what we discovered about Master Koga on Sunday. Well, when you beat him in Breath of the Wild, he actually does fall down a giant hole, right? Now, apparently, that does in fact lead into the depths. So even in Breath of the Wild, even though we didn't know and we wouldn't have been able to enter because you just die if you fall in, well, connections to the depths technically already existed, which makes me wonder if they, because, well, I mean, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's just really cool that they utilized it. I always like that. It's a big thing why I like Final Fantasy XIV so much, because they managed to, and they obviously not always plan that, because it would be completely insane if that was the case. But what Final Fantasy XIV does a lot of the time is that they just leave stuff lying around, quite literally, right? So there are just structures or things that you can look at, just interesting bits and pieces in the environment potentially, or bits and pieces that some NPC mentions that's, you know, part of some super unimportant side quest, right? And eventually they just say, oh, you know what? We're going to tell a new story. But instead of making that story completely new and completely, you know, unrelated to anything we've done before, let's actually incorporate these little bits and pieces that we've slowly hinted at over time into our story, right? And it seems really natural because, well, they leave it wide open, right? It might just really be a weird part of the environment at one point that you kind of just go, huh, I wonder why that's there. And then eventually it leads into, whoa, this was some I don't know, crazy technology, ancient shrine, whatever would be the case, right? And the way they're doing that is really, really brilliant. It's actually, it looks almost more impressive than what it really is because, well, they purposefully just leave those breadcrumbs lying around without anything attached to them whatsoever. So they have complete freedom about how they're going to utilize them. But obviously you need to do that right. And because you cannot just, you know, they're playing a very, very long game sometimes with Final Fantasy XIV. And so they don't force themselves to use these things, right? They only ever get used if it seems right for the kind of story they're trying to tell at that very moment, which is why it's so brilliant, because sometimes they pick up pieces that have been lying around and nobody knew what they were for like 10 years, and honestly, nobody even cared about them. And then suddenly you do care because somebody comes around and says, wait a second, that thing was actually really important to me and my story. Insanely brilliant, really, really cool. Obviously, you can, I mean, it's their advantage of running an MMO, a long-running MMO at that. So you just have those things from like 10 years ago that you can now pick up and use in something, right? Much harder to do in a single-player game, but they're doing it here. And again, it doesn't really matter whether or not they had already planned for the depths to exist at some point, and that's why they made that connection down in the Yiga clan base, where they already had an established connection to the depths, or if they thought about it afterward. It doesn't matter. What matters is that they incorporated it into the sequel in a very brilliant way, and that's really cool. Does bring up the question of why that connection existed, potentially. It might make sense when you think about who the Sheikah were, who the Yiga clan might be as a group that potentially split off of the Sheikah to fight them or to join Ganon or whatever. So maybe there was a reason. Maybe they built their headquarters around a connection to the depths, and that knowledge just got lost over time, or you know, something to that degree, probably, right? So it's just super interesting, and I like it a lot. That being said, enough of recapping. It's just super fun to speculate about this stuff, right? Sorry. Talking so much, coffee's getting cold, as always. Right. The big question now is, how the hell do I get back to the surface? I could just teleport, could just go back to Lookout Landing. It would be more interesting finding another way out of the depths, though, would it? Problem is, if I do go to the Great Plateau, well, we'd have a billion different other things to look at. Okay, first of all, let's activate the quest I actually want to follow, which is go back to Yasha. Well, the problem is I haven't uncovered the map here, so I don't know at what points there might be connections back to the surface. Obviously, I could take these, right? In theory, I might be able to make my way over here. I would just kind of follow the same way we came, though, right? I mean, maybe I could go this way, activate a couple more light routes, then come back here, go to this chasm, and then just go north, right? Because eventually I want to go this way, where Kakariko is, so might as well, you know, start by taking this path, because I haven't really been here, and then we can make our way back to, or not back to, but onto Kakariko. So let's see here. Pretty sure if I... Oh, I'm not allowed to... That is interesting. I really didn't know that was a thing. So, you cannot put a pin on the overworld map as long as you're still down on the depths. Okay. Well, let's put this here. That's directly below this chasm. And let's just go there. Right. We can make our way over here. And then from there, I'm just going to take a look at... There's probably about 3 light routes, maybe, that I could uncover. And then we're going to go east again from there. But first, let's collect the Poe over there. I really love these structures. And the fact that the Zonai were so technologically advanced. Something about that is, I mean, again, same thing in Final Fantasy XIV, where we have an ancient civilization that was insanely advanced when it comes to technology, and it's just super fun rediscovering that. The timeline here in Zelda is a bit wonky, because in 14, actually, okay, this is maybe going to be a bit of a tangent. I'll drink the rest of my coffee first. There we go. But, so, I watch Critical Role, right? I'm no super fan or anything by any means. I started watching it with the currently running Season 3, or third campaign. And it's just super fun and interesting, right? I like it, it's a cool show, but I find the world super interesting. The world Matt Mercer built, Exandria, right, is a super interesting place, and the way he tells his story is also really cool. One interesting part that I personally wasn't even... I think I personally wasn't even necessarily aware of, at least to the degree that they were at that point then talking about it. And that is that his world also had, you know, an ancient civilization that had really good technology, right? In that particular case, it was really powerful magic. And that civilization eventually perished in a gigantic war, but the point at which all of their stories now take place is not that far into the future, right? It's about 800 years, I think. Hi, Ace. Hi, welcome back. It's going great. Just started. Did a little bit of a recap of what I did last time to remind myself of what I did. I hope you're doing well. This game is a bit overwhelming sometimes when you're trying to discuss where to go next. Also, what the hell is this? Oh, it's just a small little... Oh, nice. Easy place to send. But yeah, so the Critical Role world that Matt Mercer built is... built in a way where it wasn't, or it hasn't been that long since the big civilization existed, right? So, and the reason why I'm mentioning it is because he was actually talking to, I think it was Brennan Lee Mulligan at some point, about how, for example, Lord of the Rings doesn't really make sense according to its timeline, right? I think Brennan at some point mentions that it doesn't really make sense that 10,000 years ago somebody, you know, crafted a sword, and all those 10,000 years nobody was able to surpass that craftsmanship. And that doesn't really make all that much sense in comparison to Exandria, where it hasn't actually been that long. And the interesting part that 14 does, in a very similar manner, is that in 14 you've had all of the calamities that have happened because the ancients tried to rejoin the pocket dimensions the world has been split into, and in order to do that they basically need to conjure up giant catastrophes that more or less kill, you know, various amounts of the population every single time and completely reshape the planet. So it also makes sense in that way that very quickly over time a lot of information and a lot of things and pieces here and there will get lost, right? Because, well, the world needs to be rebuilt afterwards every single time. But a bunch of technology gets left behind. And what's also interesting in 14 is that there is a sort of a progression to all of that. In the sense that they always kind of go into different ways, right? Because people don't really know what's happening to their world, so they assume that whatever they did before was probably the cause for the world completely breaking apart, right? And since it's being destroyed that much, there also isn't that much information moving forward through to the next generation to know what actually happened. So they wildly swing different ways, where in one era, magic is really prevalent, and then the next catastrophe happens and they think, oh, well, magic is really like, that's, the devil stuff, and we shouldn't touch that anymore. And suddenly it goes into a completely different technological direction. And then the next catastrophe happens, and obviously they don't know why that happens. So they just assume, oh, now our technology was at fault. And then they swing back to magic and so on and so forth. And it's really interesting seeing that progression throughout the ages. Point being, it makes more sense that, a lot of knowledge might be lost again if you have a world that includes those kinds of phenomena. Yeah, Game of Thrones is an interesting one. I think I saw an interview once where they were speculating about, or where, I don't know if it was with George R.R. Martin specifically, or if it was somebody else speculating about it, but I do remember that it also came up as a topic, and apparently because of the dragons existing, right? Because like his, I guess, argument was that, for example, in our world, World War I and II were big technological leaps. Unfortunately, kinda, but it is what it is, right? But that's when a lot of, airplanes and submarines and whatnot, right? Really, really powerful technology. Eventually also computers in a way, right? Through Alan Turing trying to crack the Germans' Enigma machine. A lot of that technology got sped up quite significantly. And apparently the argument kind of was that since dragons existed in Game of Thrones, there was no need for additional war machines, right? Because they weren't able to build anything or craft anything that could surpass their strength either way. So that they, I guess, kind of just didn't bother. I thought it didn't entirely work on multiple levels. But then again, I'm also not, super deep into the lore of Game of Thrones, to be entirely honest. I came into it late anyways, wasn't really that aware of the whole phenomenon up until, I think, season 5 or something had already released of the HBO series. Then I watched it, obviously found it super cool, and was extremely annoyed when I heard that season 7 was kind of a mess, right? I did watch season 7, I actually haven't watched the last one because I don't know, I was afraid that it would, completely wreck my opinion of it, right? I think it's sort of plausible. It might be a bit too, let's say, one-dimensional, right? Because I think that, yes, it's certainly true that through war, a lot of technology can evolve really quickly. But I think that doesn't always have to be the case like that. Or rather, it won't be the only technological advancement, right? So I think... Oh, there's gloom on this. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know. I feel like... Because then again, and that's kind of where the series maybe struggles a bit, right? Because later on, there's that fight where they actually do develop a weapon against the dragon. That giant ballista thing, right? And it actually kind of works. Maybe. Not really, but it sort of does. So I think even though I can see that, I would also think that humankind would probably still try. and they would probably come up with a bunch of different iterations of weapons against dragons. And even though they potentially don't work, well, they would still try, right? And through that, potentially also discover other technologies, because that's usually how it goes, right? A lot of medicine, for example, came out of, well, discoveries that were originally looking into completely different things, right? But then again, at the end of the day, it's also not a huge deal, right? I mean, Lord of the Rings is still very cool, and it doesn't really bother with that timeline stuff as much. It was a disaster, yeah, those later... Oh, man. Still bothered by it. I haven't actually watched... I actually own the book or books? No, it's one book, right? The, isn't it based on the prehistory? Well, the history of the Lannisters, right? And that's what they also made a spin-off show out of. So still have to watch that at some point. I guess it probably also is, you know, good because it's actually based on that book rather than whatever the show writers decided to do for the last seasons. I don't know. Oh, that's all my Zonite gone. Maybe I should keep a little bit around just to be able to, you know, conjure up auto-build stuff. Alright, now I need to look for a light route in this sort of general direction. It's just such a shame. I was so bummed by it. And I don't even, like, I personally don't even mind, you know, a series not being that great. Like, for example, I'm actually quite a bit of a fan of the Star Wars prequels. Obviously, that's also a ton of nostalgia because I watched them when I was a kid, right? And I think, isn't there that theory that people that were sort of fairly young when episode 6 released because of the Ewoks, right? They're like cute little bear thingies. So all the people that were really young super enjoyed that movie. The older ones, not as much, right? So obviously with me coming in, or the backstory of both, I think, right? I don't know. The book is more about the Lannisters. But it might also... I haven't read it yet. I still want to do that. Just haven't had the time. But yeah, I don't usually mind if shows aren't super great, right? It doesn't always need to be the next Lord of the Rings or the next whatever you have. But what's bothering me, for example, and I think, well, the Star Wars movies, the new ones that is, and the prequel series is just a super good example of that. What's bothering me is when you have inconsistency in not even really the quality of it, but just, well, how can I put this? Inconsistency in how it's made, maybe, for the lack of a better word. And what I mean by that is, yeah, the Star Wars prequels weren't that great, but they're all three connected movies that are clearly meant to look the same, sound the same, you know, they follow one story thread, and they make sense. You know, no matter how much you either like or dislike the story they're portraying or the details of that story, it still at least is a story arc that is progressing over the course of those three movies. And individually, like when I look at individual scenes from the three well, 7 to 9, right? And what J.J. Abrams made, but also even Star Wars Episode 8. There is a lot of great stuff in them, right? The problem being, it's individual scenes. And if you watch the 3 movies back to back, you really just notice, oh, well, clearly the middle one doesn't fit at all. And then the last one kind of picks up and tries to pick up the pieces of what Episode 7 did or something, right? So you can clearly see that sort of messed up progression that happened because of them changing directors and completely rewriting the story for whatever reason. And that's what... that was my problem with Game of Thrones as well, because it was just too noticeable when they switched over from the book storyline to their own events, right? Even though it might have been based on, you know, notes that George R. R. Martin gave them, it just... there was just a clear difference, right? It doesn't even matter if it's better or worse. I mean, if it had been better, okay, well, it wouldn't have been such a big problem. It's just, it's a different style, right? And, well, that's what bothered me. And that's why I didn't continue watching, really. It's just unfortunate because obviously, well, it won't be remade. It's already done now, right? So, yeah. Oh, let's just run over this. It's actually interesting how much you can run over the gloom without it taking the heart away. Oh my god! Sorry, buddy. What the hell are you doing down here? That's a Lionel. Alright. Cool. I mean, I still have some resources. I even have a cool, plant that I can use as a bullet time thingy here. Don't come my way! Can you chill for a bit? Why are you... Aren't they usually in places where you can, you know, where you have a larger platform to fight them on? Okay, well. How am I doing this? Defense up might actually be a good idea. Let's eat that once I go into the fight. Extra angry. I mean, yeah. He definitely looks the part. Okay, can I get over there? If I ascend through there, I'll get a bunch of bullet time, which would be pretty good. Let me see. This is probably the right weapon for this particular job. And then... I wonder if he would be bothered by light. Somehow I doubt it. You know what? Shield doesn't really matter all that much. What's my strongest bow? Well, this one, right? Was that him? Did you just make that noise? That sounded not great. Problem is, it's really dark in here. I should probably activate the light route first. I mean, I could do a cheeky bright bloom. He won't be bothered by that, right? Yeah. Just making some light. You know, don't worry, buddy. Alright, let's activate this. Eat. Quickly save. Alright. Guess we're fighting a Lionel! As always, it starts off not the way I was thinking it would. Okay. What can I do with my weapons? Okay, buddy. What are we doing? I want to alert him so that I can, you know, hit him better with bolt. Oh my god. Okay, so he has armor. Good thing I have bombs, huh? Oh. Well. Okay, in theory, this hammer thing should be able to get through his armor, right? Ah, damn it. Problem is, really, if he's running towards you, it's really difficult to switch back to your melee weapon if you try to hit him with a bow to then be able to do your flip back. Why is this... Oh, whatever. Okay. Well, good thing I have these. At least he doesn't seem super strong if that hit only hit for 3 hearts. Well, then again, they're getting permanently taken away, so... Oh, and I have my defense up. Damn it. Should I... Oh no, wait, that's gonna overwrite my defense buff. That's not great. God, that's very annoying timing. There we go. Perfect. Oh yeah, that gets through his armor quickly. Come on. Nice. Oh, it's still there. Oh wait, I didn't even need to do that anymore. Okay, that was too early. Oh no! Damn it! Does it still count? Oh, it does. Great. Okay, he's got a lot of health. It's two-handed. Wait. Ah, well, no. That's the Gloomtall. Damn it. Ew. I really should have used more weapons, huh? I just need to be a bit more careful with my jumps then if I don't have a shield up. Thankfully, it does seem as if the nope, as if the light bloom sticks around, so it cannot be burned. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Oof. Seems to me like he is a fairly powerful Lionel. At least he has a lot of health. Let's see. Yeah, well, at this point I have to, right? Defense up buff is really helping now. Oh god, that was way too late. What's this thing lying on the... Oh, that's a piece of his armor. Interesting. Come here, buddy. Really? Uh-oh. Oof. Well, I was lucky. I thought I was out of my opportunity there because I had already attacked him previously. Come on, do that again. Really? Oh my god! Okay, I definitely shouldn't have done that. Oh my god. That was a brutal death. Okay. Okay. Well. Let's see where it autosaved. I completely forgot to prepare some weapons for this. Okay. Thankfully, he still chills for a bit, so... Let me very quickly move over. I need more one-handed weapons. Maybe I should actually use this one. Although I don't know how much the flames are gonna hurt him. Because I have this. Alright, let's see. Fuse attack power. Yeah, might as well. Oh. You know what I could also do? Nope. Damn it. I could fuse rockets to my shield to give me more bullet time. That would be pretty difficult to do, though. Oh, god damn it. Well, I didn't actually want to drop it. Let me... I can switch over to that shield again, right? So that's gonna be good. Let's fuse but this again. I mean, the initial bomb thingy probably helps. And then... I'll start again by using this one. Crazy part is obviously that this doesn't even damage him, right? It's just... taking off pieces of his armor. Come here. There we go. Thankfully I have this. This is just really good. Did it break? Sometimes I always think it breaks. Okay, there we go. Now this one. Oh god, that was way too early. I wish that would down him, actually. Yeah. Really? Okay, that was unlucky. Yeah, I also forgot last time that you have to dodge this sideways. And I was jumping back. Oh, god damn it. Forgot about the third hit. Well, already going much better than last time, I think. But I do still need to be very careful. But overall, I definitely have to say it's much easier fighting Lynels with, of course, with single-handed weapons. What the hell are you doing? I still think the flourish animation sometimes is just, oh god, why does it always happen so fast? Is really weird sometimes. Because it seems like you're doing it way too early and it's not actually dodging his attack at all. And then you just sort of awkwardly glitch through his weapon. Come on. Really? Oh. Come on, Link. Why did I dodge the first one but not the second one? That was strange. I really wish the frost would actually do anything to him. I mean, I get that it doesn't. Come on. Is that it? Nice. Whew. Ah, really, really fun fight. I really enjoyed that. Super, super cool. And a bunch of interesting stuff. Let's see, what do we have? Blue-maned Lynel Saberhorn. Oh, I should have taken a picture of the Lynel. Okay, so it was a blue one, apparently. That's interesting, because that was still a whole bunch of HP that I had to go through there. Well, then again, I didn't really have any attack buffs or anything going on, but still. Wow. Lynel Macehorn. Okay. Oh, he was going after Tulin. I didn't even realize. I completely forgot about that. Sorry, buddy. Oh, yeah, that might explain... Wait, was that also when he was doing the fire stuff? Because it might explain why it suddenly changed direction a little bit. Mighty Lynel Shield. This Lynel-made shield has been reinforced with armor and even more blades. Stronger in both defense and offense, can tear through basic armor when deflecting. I've never really taken advantage of that, honestly. Blue-maned Lynel Saberhorn. The sharp blade-like horn of a blue-maned Lynel. Attach it to a weapon to moderately increase its attack power. Cook it with critter. Yeah, of course I'm gonna cook it. Who would do that? And blue-maned Lynel Macehorn. Its ends are split apart, but this horn from the blue-maned Lynel is solid. Cool. His guts, highly sought-after ingredient. And we get the Mighty Lynel Bow, 20 × 3 with added durability. Whoa. This massive Lynel bow sports a bowstring made from a metal so tough, mere Hylians have trouble drawing it back. Okay, so this really is piece of his armor, right? So you can armor shot. I mean, in theory, that makes more sense to be on a shield, right? Even though I never use the ability to deflect with shields, I should probably do that more often. At least train against normal enemies so that I can potentially use it on bigger ones as well. Yeah, sure, why not? Oh, it looks pretty awesome. It actually properly fits on the shield for a change. Cool. Armor shard shield. Yeah, that looks pretty awesome. Okay, let's see. Completely forgot to prepare some weapons here, but thankfully it was fine in the end. Gloom Toll. Well, yeah, these weapons probably... It wouldn't be the best idea to use them down here, right? Simply... Well, at least not against very strong enemies, because... Gonna be getting Doom either way. Okay, we have the broadsword. Let's fuse... this thing to it, I guess. Looks pretty awesome. 39, still not that strong, right? I mean, it probably makes more sense to fuse it onto a stronger base weapon, but then again, you don't always have those. So, might as well go with this one for now. Also, fits the depths, I think. Oh, you use your shield to break rocks. That's actually a very good idea. Maybe I should do that more often. Yeah, because with the shields, I mean, I know that there is that deflect thing that you can do, right? It's just, when Flurry Rush exists, it feels like it's not really that beneficial to do, right? I mean, I know that you can, in theory, like, enemies can drop their weapons and things, right? But Lionels wouldn't be able to do that, so it's... Against the strong enemies where deflecting would actually potentially be beneficial, it's just easier to use Flurry Rush, I feel. And for easier enemies, you don't really have to bother, right? So it's... Also in general, especially in the FromSoft games, I was never really a big fan of the parry feature. I always thought it was a bit weird to have to use tiny shields to get wide, you know, windows on where to parry. I know that it's, in a lot of situations, kind of the strategy you want to go with. In FromSoft games, that is. Here, maybe not so much. But at the same time, I never really liked that playstyle, to be entirely honest. Okay. There we go. Another connecting one. The thing is, I do need to remember to replenish my gloom dispelling food eventually, because, yeah, kind of running low on it now. Okay, that's where we need to go, right? So that's the next one I'm gonna go for. Right, this one, and then there's probably potentially going to be another one, and then we can move over back to that point and potentially, hopefully, somehow find a way to get back up. I mean, I have auto build now, but it still needs to last to actually reach the overworld. I have to say, one thing that I enjoy a lot about Tears of the Kingdom, even more so than in Breath of the Wild, and Breath of the Wild didn't even really have that, you know, because it didn't really have the whole fusing system and whatnot, but it's just really fun to deal with difficult high-level enemies, even if, or especially if you yourself aren't really super well equipped. I would still say that I'm not exactly, you know, strong. I have a bunch of really cool fused weapons most of the time, but aside from that, you know, I don't have that many hearts. My armor still isn't upgraded, and oh, the other one fell down. Unfortunate. Cannot see me, huh? Cool. That looks interesting. Can I see that on the map? It's like a wall. Maybe it's some sort of another outpost, or it's another part belonging to the mine, potentially. But yeah, it's really, really fun dealing with these high-level enemies. And I think part of a reason for why it's more fun this time around is I think, at least the way I was playing Breath of the Wild on my first playthrough, it felt like the game... it went through mid-game too quickly, right? Because now... well, first of all, finding or being able to upgrade your armor is more difficult to get to, right? With the fairies more or less requiring an additional quest step, if you will, to solve before you can actually go for it. Oh boy. Okay, this is going to be interesting to get over there. Let's... oh, well, maybe not. It's not that deep. Ooh. Is that one of the frogs? It is, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. They look scary in the darkness when you can only see one of their eyes. He's munching on my bright bloom! I didn't know they could do that! Oh, that's so... how awesome is that? So you want to illuminate your environment. He just walks over and casually nom-noms on your bright bloom. And now it's dark again. Oh boy. Oh, thanks for the follow. Wait, why isn't that showing up on my feed here? What's Twitch doing again? I cannot believe that he just ate my light. I mean, I could just fly over. I guess that's easier. Oh, hey, thanks for the cheer. What's your... Lumaris the Druid. That's it. Lumaris the Druid. Thanks a lot. I really appreciate that. Okay, so... that might actually... Ah, well, it doesn't work anyways. I would have been afraid that ascending here might mean that I just appear on the surface right away. Which, you know, eventually I do want to get back to, but... oh, wait. Either that's just very finicky, or they really don't allow you to do this. There was a frogs there. Yeah, the first one I saw was pretty... like, it was a pretty cool discovery, right? Because it's... well, they look pretty scary when they first approach you. With their red eye and everything. And if you don't know that they exist, they're pretty cool. At the end of the day, they're not super difficult to deal with, I don't think. Let's just create a blast. Let's just hope that we can make it past the frog. I mean, I don't think it would be too, you know, problematic to fight him. Problem is, I just really don't know what the environment looks like down here. Okay. Might be past him. I think he's back there somewhere. But that is so cool. And it's such a cool discovery as well, that you, well, it's one of those things that you just discover so naturally, right? You just, oh yeah, I want to illuminate, I want to see where I'm going. You shoot down an arrow with a bright bloom, and he just eats it. Unfortunately, we'll have to climb for a bit here. Oh, that's a pretty cool strategy in and of itself, right? That you can just, we'll kind of see how they fight as well through just letting the others, you know, do it. And discover how it works. Where the hell is the light route even? I hope it's not too far above. I mean, we flew down a little bit. Thankfully, I still have stamina replenishing food around, so hopefully that'll work. We'll definitely need it. Oh. Oh, god damn it. That's not that much. Never mind. It's down here. Okay. Yeah. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that I crafted a bunch of stamina food at some point, because I had so many mushrooms. Let's maybe go over here. I'm not entirely sure if I would be able to climb that. Maybe I should have looked for a place to ascend instead of climbing, but I guess it works either way. Seems like we've made our way to the top anyways. Almost. There we go. I also really, really like how all the different light routes, like they all have slightly different ways of how they disguise themselves, right? Because in theory, they're really, really easy to see and spot, even from a distance, because, well, they're light routes. They, even without being lit up, they're still easily, they're still very easy to see in the distance, in the dark. But the interesting thing is that they very often, on either one side or multiple sides, they'll have big walls attached around them, or they're up somewhere or down somewhere, which ultimately means that depending on the direction you're approaching it from, it's going to be very difficult to spot them, which I like a lot. Creates this additional layer of how you traverse the depths. And it's super interesting. It even shows, I think this is a very good location for it, actually. Because this is a wall, right? A wall you cannot just get through. So this will only ever be visible from this direction. And it seems like there's a bunch of other walls here too. So I potentially even won't be able to go that way. Which initially you wouldn't really assume that the entire environment here... Well, it seems the first time you go down here as if it's just one big open space, and depending on where you are, sometimes it really is a big open space, like over here, although it has a lot of, you know, height differences a lot of the time. But it also sometimes just straight up prevents you from going anywhere, so it's really cool. It creates this very twisted progression path that fits the atmosphere very well. Also means that you won't accidentally discover things, you know, as easily as otherwise maybe you would be. I think, for example, well, this light route, because you're meant to follow the statues, so it's placed in a way where it's not really easily viewable if you do indeed just start following the statues, right? Because initially, I think you're pretty far away, so you wouldn't really be able to spot it. And then if you do follow the statues, they kind of lead you over here to the right, which means that this giant wall is going to be in between you and the light route that's directly in front of the place you're trying to look for. It's a very clever way of doing this, honestly. Okay. Thing is, I don't really think I'd be able to ascend from here. Yeah, because now we're not allowed to anymore. With the way these things twist, they were really, really clever in preventing you from ascending. We're gonna try anyways, though. Because I don't think... Oh, wait, never mind. I did ascend from the depths one time. When I found the... what I called the Zonai elevator, right? Oh, yeah, so this should be ascendable, right? I think... Sadly, the ceiling of the depths just straight up doesn't allow you to ascend. Which is a bit unfortunate. I mean, maybe they didn't want to make it too easy or something. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure that on any other surface, we'd be allowed to. Well, just means that we're gonna fly to where we want to go. Every single time I do come close to the ceiling of the depths, I'm still very, very intrigued again and again about what the ceiling is actually supposed to be. Like, it's so... it doesn't really look natural, is my point. So I'm just still speculating whether or not there is some sort of... I don't know. If they really... But is that realistic? I feel like that's such a far-fetched theory that this was the overworld at some point and they just placed a ceiling above it for some reason. I don't know. That seems almost too crazy, but then again, maybe it fits? I don't know. Okay, there's a monster camp, so I could just walk up there. And that will hopefully already get me to where I'm trying to go. I mean, I could also go over to the left and potentially find more light routes, but unless it's going to be very close by, I don't think I'm going to be doing that. This is such a cool structure. And these are definitely routes, right? Hey, Pothog, welcome back. Good morning to you too. How are you doing? Oh, the Boru Canyon mine. Okay, I'm above that right now. Ah, it's this, okay. It's this tiny piece over here. I thought for a bit when I saw it at first that it was connected to here, but I guess it's not. Okay. Well, we'll come back there at some point. Oh yeah, I was, I went and got my hair cut yesterday. Because it was getting kind of long. My hair has this ability to, you know, be short for a while, and then after a couple of weeks, there's this one point where it feels like it starts growing 5 times the amount of what it was doing before. And, well, let's just say I don't typically like things that, because hair, it's like, you know, when you're gardening or something, right? The plants are just gonna come back, and it's annoying to me to have to do these things quite that often. But then again, it's always nice when you shower and you just, you know, your hair's gonna be dry in like a minute. Oh, hey buddies. I actually wonder, now that we saw the big one eating one of the bridegrooms, are the smaller ones gonna be doing that too? Because that would be pretty funny. They do drop bright bloom seeds, don't they? Is that because they're eating them? Probably. I mean, bright blooms are, well, one of the few actual plants down here, so makes sense that they have to live off of something, since they're natural beings compared to the bokoblins. Glad you're not imagining things, yeah. Cherish your hair. It can't help a lot. I mean, it's one of those things that really shouldn't bother you. Or it kind of sucks if it does anyways. Okay, I'm still somewhat far away. But at this point, we could just make our way back. The bargainer statue... Wait, that wanted us to do something, right? I forgot what it said, though. I think it wanted us to... Wait, did I get a quest for that? Princess, piece to include... Price the stone tower and grab that. No, that's something else. Oh yeah, I need to keep these in mind once I'm back. Reach a road bridge, we did that. And that's the basin, that's the wells. Okay, no. It did not give me a side quest. I forgot what it said. I just remembered that it said we needed to do something before we are allowed to talk to it. I get that, yeah. Finding a good time to fall asleep is not that easy, because I have that too, where I'm typically, you know, somewhat tired at a point where it's definitely not time to sleep yet. And then sometimes I do lie down and, or even if I don't, I for some reason get this point in time where I'm really awake again, but actually should go to bed. I don't know. It's just seems your body's always betraying you in that regard. So either you're tired too early or too late, but never at the time where it would actually benefit you. The internet is always keeping you awake. It's the 5G waves that are coming from your router that are influencing your brain in your sleep. But no, for real. It's just, yeah, it sucks if you... Because I get that when, I don't know, when I found either a really good new show or I played a lot of one particular game or something, right? It just... Your brain just continues thinking about it for a long time. And, you know, it's this thing where, for example, with Zelda, just in your mind, you go through, oh, what do I want to do the next day, right? What kind of things do I need to check out? What does this mean? What does that mean? What do I need to prepare for my next raid? And your brain just goes through the options instead of going to sleep. Although, that being said, sometimes it can also help. It depends on the topic. But sometimes I also get these instances where if I am thinking about something, it actually does make me fall asleep. I guess if it's not, you know, anything too crazy. It's like counting sheep, right? Just thinking about, I don't know, what weapons you can fuse in Tears of the Kingdom or something. Oh yeah, temperature can also mess you up. I know that as well. Especially now, it already starts to get really, really warm again here. It's not too bad yet. We still have fairly cold nights. So, it'll... thankfully, well, it gives you a chance to get some cold air into your room, but I'm sure there's going to be like at least like a 2-3 week period during the actual summertime where it's going to be so warm, especially since I'm below the roof here in this room. So and there's no air conditioning, right? So the hot air will just stay in here even through the night. And if there's no cold air outside, it just stays for weeks. It never really gets... It's just warm constantly. Oh, that's nice though, that your dog's keeping out watch for you. Alright, we are getting close to where I hopefully find a way to get back to the surface. Oh, there's actually more gloom here than I thought. I guess it makes sense because they want you to utilize the minecart tracks, I think. I still find it a bit strange that there isn't actually a mining cart around, though. Or maybe these are supposed to be traversed the other way around, by the looks of it. Yeah, that could be it. But that being said, another part that can definitely also keep you awake during the summertime is, you know, insects and whatnot. If they manage to fly into the room where you're sleeping, just make annoying noises. I mean, thankfully we don't actually have like proper mosquitoes here or something. It's just the tiny. I don't actually know what they're called in English, but they just make this insanely annoying noise. It's like a when they fly close to your ear, right? Yeah, that's not fun sleeping with those things around. Well, that being said, I think since, well, with a bunch of environmental changes that we're facing, the amount of insects actually has gone down quite dramatically. Those were around a lot more, like 10, 12 years ago. Not so much anymore. Hate insects, yeah. They can be... Though, actually, I personally do love spiders. Mostly for the reason that they can catch them. So sometimes I just leave a bunch of spiders hanging around if I see them in the corners of my room. Because they... well, the insects will fly into the net and die. And get eaten. So that can be very good as well. Oh, very attractive for mosquitoes. I know the feeling. Something about... Well, I think they still haven't really found out why exactly that happens, right? It's supposedly something with your blood or the scent of your blood or something. Yeah, that's... Oh, hello. Another froggy. I think I ran past this one. I came here last time. Let's see. If he notices me. If he doesn't, I'm just gonna leave the poor froggy be. Big mosquito. Well, the problem is now that, well, on the building here, there's a bunch of, I don't know, technically it's wine. So it's wine plants. It's like wild wine, I think it's called. Either way, it grows over the building, right? And it produces some sort of seed that wasps like a lot. So during the summertime, you just hear buzzing constantly. Which doesn't really bother me too much, and I don't really have anything against bees or wasps or anything. Problem is just that sometimes they'll, you know, fly into your room if you have your windows open. And, well, that wouldn't be an issue if they managed to fly back out. But for some reason, insects aren't exactly clever in doing that. So they'll get stuck behind your window and just fly against the window constantly in the hopes of getting back out. And you also, I mean, well, it's not exactly easy to catch a wasp without annoying it. So, yeah. And then a few days later, you just find the poor little wasp dead in the corner somewhere because it didn't manage to find its way back out. And then sometimes there are hornets too, though very, very rarely. Thankfully, they're very peaceful, but yeah, it's just... They're very loud is the biggest problem. Stupid insects. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with them, that they seem to be able to find the smallest little openings anywhere, right, to fly in, but then just cannot get back out. I don't I don't know how that happened. Especially since I think, well, at least when you see bees, right? Don't they usually have like fairly small openings in their like bee hives or wherever they're living? So clearly they're able to get in and out of those. I don't know. Maybe it's just the windows that massively confuse them. Right. So I'm below one of the chasms. There it is. Big question being, how the hell do we get out? I'm pretty sure this is also non-ascendable. Will that work? Well, let's try. Okay, so now I'm here. Yeah, I would more or less have to get through the middle there somewhere. I might be able to ascend if I ascend through this root thing instead of the ceiling. But that would require me to somehow find a spot in the middle of the root. Which I'm probably too far below to do that. It would have to be somewhere around here, right? Yeah, that's just way too high up. Oh, well, damn it. Now I spent all my Zonite. I knew I should have kept some around, because then I could build my new, one of the auto-build structures. Do we even have... Let me see. Oh, there's Zonite stuff over here. So, there we go. Maybe we get lucky and find something that allows us to get back to the surface. Glass doesn't exist in nature. Very, very true. Unfortunately, it's also kind of a death trap for birds, right? I think, at least according to estimates around here, like a couple million birds sometimes perish from flying against windows. Which is, obviously it gets worse even if there's a giant glass buildings and whatnot. Although sometimes they aren't, like if the glass is mirroring... No, wait. There is a way to prevent that, right? If the glass doesn't mirror too much or something, they'll see that they kind of get through. Hey, buddy. I mean, they drop Zonite, but I don't know if one structure would already be enough, is the problem. Unfortunately, this isn't gonna help. I mean, those might. But we don't have any glue sticks. Don't have any balloon. Yeah. Probably install an insect net. Yeah. I also thought about that multiple times, but it's just so... Also, I have wooden windows here, so it's... You'd have to glue it or something. It's always... Whenever I tried it somewhere, it was always kind of a messy thing. Because you also need to keep the opening mechanism in mind, and... It's even more difficult when you have like a balcony door, so I just don't bother. At this point, it's not really that much of a problem. Honestly, it only happens very occasionally. It's just annoying when it does happen. Just painting one of the wings of wind power wheels. Yeah, they're definitely looking into that. I think at this point they're starting... I think there's some big wind wheels where they're trying to have some sort of specific noise around them, right? That'll make the birds fly around them rather than into them. Typically, they do have like paint on them, but that's, I think, more for aircrafts, maybe? I mean, they always have those red stripes on their wings. I don't think that's for birds, right? But yeah. It always gets used as, you know, because there are people that, oh, I don't want to have a big wind wheel because for some reason I don't want to have electricity. I don't know. Around, and they always bring up that argument of, oh yeah, a lot of birds are dying through that. And, well, they do, right? It is a problem that needs to be solved, no doubt about that. But the amount of birds that dies through windows is, like, 1,000 times as much as wind wheels, so... you know, if you don't want to build wind wheels for electricity generation, then you also shouldn't build windows, I guess. Okay, so we have these two slabs. Let's see, if I go over to auto build and confirm. Okay, that only takes 6 zonite to create the rest. Let me try that here for a second. Would this be enough to get me high enough below the roof? Where the hell is it even? Where did I... Oh, it's this one. Let's see. It's worth a try, I think. It's cause cancer, yeah. Those kinds of people. I mean, again, they do actually kill birds, but just not as many at all as people would have you believe. And at the end of the day, we still need it. And honestly, I don't think birds are exactly glad if they're living next to a coal plant, right? I don't think that's very good for birds either, so... It's not exactly a good argument against windmills. Oh god. Don't fall over. Huh, it might actually work. Let me see here. Just need to find a place to put it that doesn't make it topple over. Maybe... If I put it this way, it probably won't fall, right? Oh, yeah, kinda. Would this be where I need to be? I mean, let's just try. Probably not. I feel like it's still too high up. Yeah, definitely not here. It would have to be more over there, but the problem is... the ground faults off a bit, so I don't know. Don't know if that'll work. But, worth a try anyways. I really wish I already had the glue sticks, man. They're probably one of the best things to have, aside from the control units. Oh god, stop it. I need to be more careful when I put it down. No! Still not. Is it really this steep? Okay. I could go over and glue something else to it, so that it doesn't fall. No, still not. But... Does this even help? Oh, come on! Really? This looks so flat. Okay. Just feel like that's still way too high. Doesn't even show up. And the more I move away from the center of the route, the more it probably won't lead me to the outside again. Because I'm just going to be appearing, you know, on top of the route, I think. do need to be more careful when doing that. It's just... So you cannot really rotate it just a bit, right? So it's always going to do that initial topple movement. Oh yeah, this wouldn't work either way. It's just not high enough. I would have to create another one on top of it, more or less. I think. Which I could do, maybe? I think I don't have enough pieces for it. No! Oh. Well, I didn't know it was going to do that. Okay, I shouldn't have stood so close to it. It would have been very finicky either way. Well, I would have liked to emerge from here, because I haven't been here yet. Obviously, I could also just teleport over to the tower and fly this way. It's just very unfortunate that I didn't get a balloon or anything. I could build one, I think. Yeah, because I registered it. I just don't know. Pretty sure it wouldn't hold. Getting me all the way through. Well, then again, it doesn't look that high, does it? Okay, that's 9. Well, it's worth a try. Am I directly below it? According to the map, I am. Just nudge it over slightly. I just wonder how long this is going to hold. I feel like it's not going to hold for long enough. Oh wait, it needs... Why does it need battery? Oh! Never mind, it has one of the emitters in it. Completely forgot that was part of it. Well, it should still fly with the wood as well. Yeah, okay. Can't imagine it would make it up that far. Yeah, I don't think so. I tried at one point in the past to use a balloon to get back up, but it just eventually disappears, obviously. Do I want to use that emitter again? Because maybe then it loses durability faster. I still don't really know how that works. Because I got the impression that using burning wood as a means to ascend actually works better than the flame emitter. It's slower, like the velocity is slower, but it lasts for longer. But I don't know if that's actually the case. To be entirely honest, though, it would be a little bit annoying if this didn't work, because isn't this exactly what the research team is using to get down and back up again? They're using balloons, right? So we should be able to as well. Discovery, Forest of Time Chasm. I just need to be careful to not accidentally take the wood away. Oh yeah, there we go. Nope. Not even close. Nope. The rest of the structure was still there. Oh, very unfortunate. I really would have liked to do that. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we're not going to be allowed to ascend from here, right? Nope. I really don't know why that's a restriction. That feels very weird to me. The game allows you to do so many things, and yet re-emerging from the chasm is a lot more difficult. I mean, maybe they wanted to make you feel as if you're, I don't know, as if you're trapped down here. It really does seem like a strange restriction, all things considered. Huh. If I would somehow find a way to ever so slightly, I don't know, use Ascent at just the right moment to get into this root thing, maybe it would work. But I think they've been very careful to make its outside surface as flat as possible. I mean, worth a look, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Sometimes I do wish you could prevent Link from, come on. From auto-climbing. Yeah, if that would work and I could somehow, like, instantly activate it, that would be pretty funny. I don't think it's gonna happen. The slipping is not exactly helping. Maybe up here? I know I'm really grasping at straws here, but it would be really funny if we found a way to do it. Nope. Well, then again, I don't even know if maybe the root structure is also... But technically, you can ascend through it from down below, right? But I don't know how the restriction works. It might be a restriction with where you would emerge instead of the surface of the thing you're trying to go through. Because there are bits and pieces like this that look like it might be able to work, but I don't think they'll allow that. Yeah, no. I think this isn't exactly working the way I wanted it to, which is unfortunate, but oh well. I don't know if there was some sort of structure close by, though, that I could have potentially used to ascend again. Because you do get those elevators, but where did I found... where have I found the last one? I think it was here somewhere. I don't know if they show up on the map, though. Maybe it was here? Because the Zonai built special structures that allow you to ascend. But I fear there isn't one that's close by. I really would have liked to use the balloon for that. Oh well. You know what? At this point, let's just leave it at that. I'll just go there from... Like, once I think we made it close enough, right? It still halfway counts, I guess. In that way, if I do actually go towards Kakariko, we can look at all of these things from there. I just wanted to check. I am not missing any sort of cave here. So let's just teleport back directly. Teleport back directly, and then I can just take another way. Now I think I could have done this immediately, but... You can probably pull off... I mean, especially later on, when you get just more Zonai devices in general, I think it's going to be way, way easier to get back out from the depths. It just makes me wonder. Because the Ascent ability just seems purpose-built to get back, right? And it kind of is, to a certain degree. But then... it's such a weird restriction for a game that is so incredibly open in all of its other areas. But, well, either way. Let's talk to everybody. Pura, what's going on? Do you have anything new to say? Probably not.
Yes.
Linky, welcome back. I've been hearing a lot about your adventures. It's become clear as day that there's a connection between Princess Zelda and the upheaval. Things are much more serious than I previously thought. I need you to hurry to the remaining regions, and soon. And we need to investigate the other village I'm concerned about, too.
Check it!
Check it! Yeah, we're gonna do that, you know, eventually. In a couple of hours, or days, or weeks. Don't worry about it. I wonder if there's going to be a way to make them longer lasting. Because I'm trying to think of a way to potentially... But with the balloons, that's very tricky. I think it would be easier to do with other structures, because... with the floaty bits, right? The ones that stay in place, if you put them in the air somewhere, and that are sometimes on the Sky Islands, you can take multiple of them with you, right? So you'd be able to... I guess, hop onto another one as soon as the first one expires. With the balloons, that's more tricky. Maybe... I could have tried, but the problem with recall is that it's also going to recall it moving down, right? So the point at which the balloon is just perfectly in place... Oh, it extinguished the fire. I was going to say, what was that sound? But the rain extinguished the fire, I think. Yeah, the balloon isn't exactly in place for a very long time. So it's... With recall, you cannot really make it stay in place either. It's only going to descend slowly. So as long as you do have a balloon, but then... I think it would be insanely tricky to take out a balloon from one of the Zonai capsules and then also attach it correctly again while still being in rewind time. I don't know. I think that could work, right? It could essentially infinitely extend the duration of your balloon if you just replace the upper part that gets destroyed after a while. But it would be very, very tricky to do that in midair while the thing is technically falling and only being stopped by rewind. I don't know. Unless if you stand in one of these baskets and put out a balloon piece, it might just fall into place at the top and you just need to glue it down. But yeah, I want to say that's very, very tricky to do. Maybe alternatively, you could just put out a balloon piece before you start ascending. And just use Ultra Hand to just sort of grab it and keep it next to your balloon. But then it would still be really difficult because the balloon also topples. I think that's the most difficult part about it, right? As soon as the upper part vanishes, it topples over to wherever you're standing. So you'd have to be standing right in the middle, but that's where the fire is. So it's all kinds of tricky. I don't know. I'm pretty sure you can pull it off, but it would be very, very difficult to do. There's probably way easier ways to do it with other things as soon as you do have them. I don't know, it would just be fun. I mean, I realize that you can just teleport back up. I think it would have just been super fun to traverse the world that way, right? Because if you ascend at a point where you haven't been, like this one, I haven't been down here, right? So I could have taken a path back to Lookout Landing that I haven't actually been to yet. I think that would be more interesting than just teleporting your way back over. But apparently that's not really what you're supposed to be doing. Also, it would just help to know a way to do it, because then I could just fly up to Sky Islands as well. Alright, let's see what Yosha is gonna say about our newfound auto-build ability. Swordsman, what is it? You look very pleased with yourself. Could it be? Link still dripping from the rain. A spear with moving skeletal bokoblin heads on it. Auto build? With the ability to instantly replicate things you've built? And schema stones? Yeah, I know. It was pretty insane. So there really was a Zonai temple housing a mysterious power down in the depths. That may also mean that some of the things collected from the depths may give us other clues. Wait here, just a sec. Luna Waffles, hey, welcome back. Well, at this point it feels more like Adventures of Link episode 4600, Constant Distractions 385. But yeah, it's about that. Although, I mean, I just want to point that out. Technically, I am following a main quest at this point. Not the main quest, but a part of the main quest series, maybe? Not that. Nope, not that either. Aha! Here we go. Although, I mean, I guess you could also call this tutorial number 35 or something. Considering that we just got our last ability, it seems like 70 hours into the game. Here, Swordsman. Ooh, cool. Get another one. Wonder what this is going to be. Hot air balloon! Great! That means I can remove it from my favorites. But doesn't this seem like they even want... Because what point does the balloon have at this stage? I feel like it's just barely not enough to get you out from the depths. And it also wouldn't allow you to get up to the Sky Islands for the most part, right? Because they're typically also pretty high up. I mean, it's definitely useful for a bunch of other things. For example, taking a picture of one of the signs close to the stable, which I still need to do. Side quests are distractions from the distractions, yeah. I do love a lot that they decided to implement a couple more main quests this time around. This is a schema stone for a balloon, right? So if you use this with auto build, you could replicate a balloon, right? I'm thinking... Yeah. That balloon over there belongs to Goggles, but it's broken right now. Oh, I thought you just put it apart for maintenance. Do you think you might be able to fix it with auto build? So exciting! I want to see it in action pronto. I'll go prepare really quick. Okay. Swordsman, everything's ready. Please demonstrate how auto build replicates things. Wait, replicates? I thought I was supposed to put it together. When you shared auto build with Yosha, she expressed that she wants to see the power in action. She asked you to use auto build to repair the broken balloon at Lookout Landing. Yeah, so far I'm struggling to find a useful application for the balloons. Which is unfortunate, because I like them a lot. As cool as the other things are, the balloons just seem like a very, I don't know, chill way to travel. So it would be awesome to use them more. But Boom. Sorry. I didn't mean to make it fall over. I can't believe it, didn't it? It almost hit her, didn't it? Sorry about that. I don't know why whenever I build stuff, it constantly has the urge to fall over. I don't know why. I mean, the ground, it's very slightly, you know, uneven, but not to the point where this would fall over, I don't think. I guess it's very top-heavy. You rebuild the balloon in an instant. That is very true, though. The wings are also very, very cool. Yeah, I think it was just too high up in the air, and because the ground's uneven, it just toppled over. It's just kind of funny that it constantly happens. This mysterious power goes beyond scientific explanation. Goggles? I mean, you already... The fact that I can just conjure up glue out of thin air to put parts together, I feel like, you know, the fact that it can then also register what you put together isn't as mind-blowing as the initial discovery, but I mean... Hey! Goggles! What are you yelling about, Yasha? Inconceivable! My balloon! It's fixed! This must be the mysterious power the Zonai had. I never thought I'd see such a marvel with my very own eyes. Thank you for making this a reality. Please take this. I've been saving it for a special occasion. Wow. Okay. Thanks, I guess. I still haven't been able to figure out what that is. But judging from that light, it's gotta be Zonai in origin. Since you can use Zonai powers, I think it would be better for you to have it. Yeah. There was an incredible power lying hidden in the depths after all. I think I'll keep researching the depths going forward. Who knows? I might just find a clue about Princess Zelda. If you make any new discoveries in the depths, please let me know, swordsman. Alright, I guess we're not exactly gonna get a follow-up quest. Can we talk to her about our discovery with the Yiga clan and what Master Koga's up to? Yes? Did you need something, swordsman? Oh. Ah, there we go. No way! Koga, the leader of the Yiga clan, was there? Ooh, this is dangerous. I've got to regain my composure. Okay, come this way. I wonder what we're gonna... Because... I know I mentioned this already, but in Breath of the Wild, the whole Yiga clan thing was kind of weird, because I don't think we ever told anyone about it. So nobody really was bothered by them existing and potentially thwarting off our plans of defeating Calamity Ganon. So, it's going to be interesting to see what we're going to do this time about them. Current scientific explanation. Yeah. I mean, this is from a long time ago, right? So the Zonai had a lot of time to use this. Well, then again, considering all the Sheikah technology that is still in circulation, I don't know. It doesn't even seem that crazy. I guess Yasha wouldn't have really seen Link do other things. But that being said, I mean, it's not that much more crazy than what magnetism was. And we could do that before with the Sheikah Slate. So why are you so surprised by this? So, you faced Koga in the depths. What's the leader of the Yiga clan up to down there? Oh, he's up to a bunch of things. From what I know, the Yiga clan is a super dangerous group that schemes against the Kingdom of Hyrule. Super dangerous is debatable. They're super funny. I can agree with that. And Koga's had it out for you and Princess Zelda for a long time. He'd do anything to put an end to your lives. Yeah, but why? Can you, like, shed a bit of light on that? Despite everything we're looking into already, we just can't take our eyes off this threat. Besides, Koga could know what's happened to the princess. That would make a lot of sense. Does it though? I don't know if Koga knows much of anything, honestly. If you do go after him, keep in mind that I'll be continuing my research of the depths from right here. Oh, by the way, do you know about the Forest of Time south of Hyrule Field? Kinda, but that was only just a forest last time. There's a chasm there, and I've gotten reports of another series of statues found at the bottom of it. These statues are different from the one you showed me using the camera. They seem to point the way somewhere to and do come near where you got your auto-build ability. But they don't stop there. These statues lead farther southwest into the depths. Oh, way ahead of you, Yosha. We already looked into those, thankfully. So can we... maybe I'll be able to just auto-complete the quest. Dangerous or comedic gold? Well, maybe sometimes those things aren't too far apart from each other. Yeah, they are an offshoot of the Sheikah, but it's never really been explained why exactly. Like why seemingly a group of Sheikah split off of the other ones and then started to work against them. It's very curious and very interesting, as funny as they are, but their existence certainly brings up a lot of questions. Team Rocket can get their ass handed to them. Honestly, I'm still annoyed by that. Because Team Rocket could have been really, really cool, but for some reason they decided to only ever stick to Jesse and James, right? The funny, idiotic couple out of all of them. Because there were a couple of episodes in the, I think in season 1, in the original series actually, where there was like a... another couple like Jesse and James, but they were actually competent, and they were truly dangerous. And then obviously think of the first movie and what Giovanni was up to, right, with Mewtwo and whatnot. So I was always annoyed that they didn't, you know, look into the more dangerous aspects of them, because that could have been really, really cool. That being said, in the game, they do get their ass handed to them by you, right? So you just go through all of their headquarters, like 10-year-old child, all on their own, just with a bunch of powerful Pokemon at their side, and you just beat every single Team Rocket member in multiple buildings and multiple whatever. So yeah. But the Yiga clan, I'm very, very interested in. It's just, it seems so unlikely that a group of Sheikah would split off and actually join Ganon. And also last time I think we were talking about the, you know, potential that, I mean, Ganon potentially didn't even agree with that, or they're, I don't know, it's difficult to figure out whether or not they're properly on his side and or got recruited by him, or if they just, for some reason, agreed with his actions, or maybe disagreed with the rest of the Sheikah and split off that way. I don't know. Oh wait, the King of Hyrule ordered them to give it all up? Was that was that a topic in another game? So I don't really remember that. I guess most of the other games never really went into too much detail about what powers or technology the Sheikah actually had. Was a footnote of Breath of the Wild somewhere, okay. But that would have then been very long ago? I mean, they still built all their stuff. I don't know. Because that must have been at some point, also a couple thousand years in the past probably, right? Between the current, well, the 100 years ago current timeline in Breath of the Wild. Because at that point they were like rediscovering all of their technology already, right? So the point at which they potentially gave it up was way, way longer in the past. Maybe there was a point where they thought that Ganon wasn't really a big problem anymore or something. Or maybe they were scared of their own capabilities or thought that it... Maybe somebody did at least have like a hunch about it potentially being used against them. I wonder. Yeah, might have been the king being scared. It does very much seem like magic, right? So it's almost, I guess, similar to a witch hunt from the Middle Ages, right? Where they, I mean, maybe not that violent, but certainly a similar idea, right? Where they were just scared of that magic. And, well, sadly, it sort of also goes into a direction that we see oftentimes in the real world as well, where people just don't understand science most of the time, right? A lot of scientific subjects are, well, they are difficult to understand, but instead of trying to understand them, people just go, I don't get it, you know, get that stuff away from me, or, you know, they just don't trust it or whatever for, I don't know what reason you would have for distrusting science, but it is what it is. Either way, I can see that potentially being the case here. Although it still brings up questions of, you know, why did the Sheikah go along with it? Or were the Yiga the ones that wanted to stick to their technology, and that's why a group split off? I don't know. That would actually be super interesting if the Yiga actually weren't against them so much as just against Hyrule, because the Hylians and or the king decided that the technology shouldn't be used anymore, and potentially not only their technology but also maybe their fighting style, you know, other things of their I guess cultural heritage wasn't supposed to be used anymore, so they split off and said, well, we don't want to have anything to do with Hyrule now, and do our own thing. Although, I mean, at that point, wouldn't they have supported the Princess Zelda that we have now here in this game, because she's the one who actually tried to look into all of the Sheikah technology and make it usable again? I don't know. Definitely a lot of questions there still. Yeah, none of the magic. I think, well, that's why I liked Breath of the Wild so much, or its lore rather, and also I like that a lot here, that it seems like, you know, what we saw in the mural in the very beginning, the Zonai bringing the tears with them, right? Those tears, they're not magic. They're some sort of technology that they came up with, right? Just like the teleportation, for example, is possible through the Sheikah Slate / Purapad now. So it's actual technology and not magic, although, you know, it's portrayed in a similar way. But yeah, I thought that was very, very interesting, that all of that. The one obviously big question there that still remains now is, how exactly is that potentially connected to the Triforce, right? And how are those powers sort of inherited? How does that work if it's all technology? I mean, considering the technology at display here with our Ultra Hand, it could be some sort of DNA gene manipulation thing going on, right? That just allows you to do or activate certain things. I don't know. It's either way, it's still going to be super, super interesting to look into all of this stuff. And I do hope that the game is going to elaborate on that. But so far, it's been great. I mean, so far, it's definitely been a lot more extensive in terms of lore drops in comparison to Breath of the Wild. Where they go is anyone's guess, but I bet there is a destination far beyond that building worth seeing. Yeah. I've also learned about still another kind of statue than those that lead southwest. These are in Lanayru to the east. That region has many chasms. You'll find these statues at the bottom of 2 of them. One is on land in the Laneiru wetlands. The other is north of Kakariko village. That's perfect because that'll get us back to where Koga went. All of these statues have a strong resemblance of the Zora. Right, and that still is a very big mystery. What are the Bargainer statues? Why is there one below that great mine we found? And why are these statues seemingly resembling the different races, but also seem to predate the Zonai structures in the depths? And they seem to lead toward the east. Given the first statues we investigated helped guide you to a destination, I think these statues are probably guides to somewhere too. I'm so motivated right now. I'll keep gathering info about the depths so that I can be useful to you, swordsman. Check back later, okay? Wait, did we get a quest? No, this one's finished for now. Because, I mean, yeah, in theory, I definitely completed the second part as well. Okay, let's quickly talk to him. Proposed brethren location, I think. No. I could find them on my own. Okay. Let's get this one. Dark Tunic. I was really looking forward to this. I wonder... I mean, the rest of the set should be available somewhere too, right? I'm pretty sure that all the Bargainer statues are going to have a slightly different inventory. Let's grab this. Okay. Well, okay, so my first attempt at defeating the Lionel didn't work. And in my second attempt, I don't think I actually used any of the Dark Clump resistance food things that I crafted. This would be what? 100, right? Bomb flowers. I mean, I have 490 posts, and it's easy enough to get more of them. And the rest of the set probably isn't going to be more expensive than this, right? So let's just buy these. Might as well. I wonder if he's going to get them back at some point. Okay, let me take a look at this. The Dark Tunic. A tunic obtained by offering post to a strange statue. It's a spurious replica of the green outfit once worn by a legendary hero. And it looks pretty awesome. Although its armor value, sadly, isn't that great. It does look a little bit weird with the hand being green. The Zonai hand, I mean. Oh well. You're Dark Link now. Well, not entirely. Although, I mean, this has a look about it, doesn't it? Imagine this guy coming up to you from the dark, you know, in the night. Now he could definitely join the owls in Outer Wilds, I think. I wonder if we'd had an outfit like that, would they still come after us, or would they have thought that we were one of them? Oh, hello! We're getting a new side quest. More distractions.
I really appreciate you fixing up my balloon. Ultra things. That auto build thing's pretty darn amazing. Huh. I sure have a good thing about all the practical uses of that someday. Oh, that reminds me. Hey, you! Listen up!
I was listening, but alright.
Now that Yosha has solved the mystery of that slate, I can return to the Purapad laboratory in Ateno village. If you go there, I can make even more improvements to your Purapad, starting with the sensor.
Oh, right, yeah. I already forgot again that he was gonna do that.
You'll find the lab in East Occluda, off in the southeast corner of Hyrule, on its far side of Ateno village. Go a bit farther than that, and you'll see a mighty peculiar place. Don't let the looks fool you, it's a cutting-edge lab.
Yeah, you mentioned that already. Also, I hope you guys still kept the blue flame alive, because I don't want to collect that again.
Alright, I'm gonna head over there. I'll be waiting for you to arrive. See you in Ateno village. Don't keep me waiting.
Yeah, about that. I think it's going to take me some time to get there, but sure. Oh! He just flew off, huh? I think he took his balloon with him. Alright. Cool. Hateno Village Research Lab. Robbie says that he can equip your Porapad with a sensor that can detect specific things. He wants you to come to the Porapad Research Lab near Hateno Village. You find it at the edge of the East Nikluda region in southeast Hyrule. There, he'll set up the sensor to detect shrines. I, at this point, don't actually want to use it. It's far more fun collecting the shrines on your own, but obviously I still want to do the quest. And we can, considering that my next plan was to move to Kakariko. It's sort of on the way, right? I mean, Kakariko is. So can just continue on to Hateno afterwards. Also, in general, going to Hateno is probably going to be somewhat beneficial, considering that, for example, I can turn in my glider cloth thing that I found and other things like that. So I think it's probably a pretty good destination, all things considered. Keep been waiting for a month. To be fair, a month happens somewhat quickly. Didn't we talk about the... So it's... What? A Blood Moon happens every 3 hours, roundabout? Right? In-game? Or, well, 3 hours of playtime, but in-game that means a week, right? So I guess every 12 hours, roughly, would be a month. So, considering my playtime, that means I... More than 6 months have already elapsed since we started our journey. Yeah. I guess Link isn't exactly fast in solving these problems. Sorry about that. But, to be fair, I don't think it's gonna take me too long to get to Hateno. Well... Unless whatever we can discover in Kakariko is gonna... lead us somewhere else entirely. That could happen. Alright, can we talk to her about what we found to the southwest? I still haven't received any new info, but of the reports I've already received, I'm focusing on the chasms found in the east. Multiple chasms have been discovered in Lanayru to the east. There's been some findings in the chasms on the land in the Lanayru wetlands north of Kakariko village. Specifically, statues that seem to depict Zora were discovered there. Considering the statue you found for me, Swordsman, you know, that very first one, my theory is these statues are probably there to guide people to somewhere else too. I mean, that's very likely. I thought she was going to go into what these statues are supposed to be. Because I feel like that's still a bit of a mystery to me. Because they look like minotaurs. The other ones were, like the ones that I found to the northwest, they had wings, right? So they were clearly related to the Rito. And now she says that there are statues that look like Zora. And then the ones we were following to the southwest place, where Koga went, those simply look like Hylians, I think. Or even like the Hylian princess. So I don't really get what the Minotaurs are supposed to be, unless they're supposed to be depicting Zonai. Which that would bring up a couple of additional questions then. I don't know. I've gathered lots of information about chasms and stone statues at this point. If you discover anything new, Swordsman, please let me know. At this rate, I betcha it's just a matter of time before we find a clue about Princess Zelda. So... she wants info on the eastern chasms first. Okay. Interesting. Bit weird that I cannot tell her that I already looked at the ones to the southwest. Which is also very interesting considering Koga leads you to the southwest and then to the east. So it's sort of the other way around. Ah well, I don't mind it. I mean, we'll be back here anyways. A lot more throughout the course of our journey, so... not gonna be a big deal. All right, let's quickly double check if there's anything else that we can do here. Most of the stuff still seems pretty much similar to what we were doing last time. Oh, there is... Did something happen to it? That bigwig, Wordsworth, he was looking at the stone tablet at the base of this thing before taking off for Kakarikaville. I think I already read this. Yeah, he's the guy that was annoyed that it's now obstructing his cool little pond here, I guess. I'm the type of person who prefers to focus wholly on the task at hand. So, if you need something, talk to me later. Let's see, when's held Wayona? What kind of language are you? Once held by Honor als Hogmate to King Rauru und Quen Sonia. Thereafter to his sister on to Princess Zelda. Is that supposed to be ancient Hyrulean? I think so. I mean, I've seen a couple of English dialects. Is this some weird cross between, I don't know, some Welsh or something that I don't recognize? Here on there's great stand on 12 more withal make way ended min time with the Harrod Royal. So Mike hero remembrance preserving for the sake of him on whom a hope reste. I think that's what it says anyway. Oh, wait, he was telling us what's on that slate. Never mind, buddy. Sorry about that. I was too focused on trying to read what the hell he was saying. I don't think I'm understanding a single bit of this. That could be it as well. Yeah, I was gonna say, towards the end there, I thought he was just citing it to us, but I think he, yeah, just messed up his translation somewhat. Okay, say that again. Let's see. Once held by... So something with Rauru and Sonia. Is this referencing the tears? I don't get the honor als Hockmaid part. I once held by honor something? Because Rauru and Sonia are the king and queen. So they're honored people? I don't know. Thereafter to his sister and onto Princess Zelda? Does he have a sister? Is it talking about the tears being given to Zelda? Here on this great something and 12 make the Hyrule Royal. What's that about 12? Make my end something? Oh boy. I really don't get what this is trying to tell us. So, something hero, remember, preserving for the sake of them, hope rest. Okay, so it's preserved as a remembrance. I mean, that's kind of what I had already gathered, right? These things are here to tell us about what happened in the past, potentially to make Link strong enough to fight the Demon King. I mean, either way, it doesn't really seem to explain these tiny little star islands in any way. I don't know what that is with the 12, but I don't know if that's a hint that you can do something with them at a specific time. I don't know. Okay, we need to move to Kakariko to find somebody who can actually speak, like properly speak ancient Hyrulean, I guess. Okay, we already talked to her as well. Okay, so not much new here, except that we have a very rough translation of what's supposed to be written on that tablet. cool. I'm definitely looking forward to comparing that with the actual translation. Okay, since we're here, might as well buy some rice. Yes, all of them, please. I mean, one quick look down at the emergency shelter. I think I might want to craft a bit more food. How many blessings do I have currently? I didn't really pick anything up, right? Yeah, because I pretty much went straight back down into the chasm, so I didn't actually activate any shrines. Only a lot of light roots. Wait, where's the cooking pot? There we go. Okay, let's see. Maybe some stamina recovery would be great. Maybe some general healing items. Definitely some Delians again. So let's see. Do I even have those still? I do. Oh, I got a lot of them. Wait, when did I pick up 19 of these? Ah, well. I think so far I'm going to stay, even though it's filling up my inventory a little bit more, I think I'm going to stick to cooking one at a time because the +3 hearts seems to be a good recovery method. At least it was pretty much what the Lionel hit me for every single time he hit me. Okay, so that would be 4 right now, correct? Yes. Let's do one more. Bitterstrid, hi, welcome back. Did you guys manage to get a little bit further in 14 yesterday? Or was it really just one of those days with internet issues? Let me see, do I still have a cool recipe? I do still have meat. Might be worth adding something to this, huh? Let's maybe do a double meat to increase the hearts restored. No, we... Oh, you guys didn't raid yesterday, okay. We got it to, I think, like 40% or something, but it seemed like a couple people just wasn't their night. Let's put it that way. So we didn't really go further, unfortunately. Although I have to say, it's a really, really fun fight. I like it a lot. Has some tricky parts to it when you're playing Black Mage, because of the movement, especially with the second ley lines, but I mean, it's always fun to figure out, honestly. Might as well do another one. And then I need some stamina recovery, and I think that should be it for now. Ooh, that's a crit, nice. Some very, very meaty rice balls there. Do I still have I have one stamella shroom. I do still very much wish that you could sort these by effect. Speed boost, wet surfaces. I still haven't used that. Another speed boost. Electrical resistance, heat resistance, temperature, move quietly. What were these again? Oh yeah, the glow. Man, that whole glow part. It seems like such a cool effect at first, and then I mean, what's the point? Especially if you're constantly running around with 300 bright blooms. Making yourself glow seems not exactly that beneficial. Especially since monsters will probably also will have an easier time to discover you. Okay, that's more glow. Do I really not have anything else that has a stamina effect? Heart recovery. These are all just heart recovery. That's electrical resistance. Oh, wait, these enhance swim speed? Ooh, I didn't know they did that. Also, I completely forgot that I picked up hardy truffles. I should have used those for my basic recovery. I mean, I do still have some food slots left. You know, might as well. Temporarily increase your maximum hearts. I think I'm only gonna add one, right? So hardy truffle together with what fits a truffle? Mushrooms, maybe? Highly mushroom. In theory, that's already enough, because the hardy truffle pretty much means that you're always gonna... You know what? Let me try cooking one on its own first and see what effect it has. Hardy mushroom skewer. Oh, that still just comes out as a mushroom skewer. Okay, full recovery +1. Yeah. So that effect is still pretty much the same from the previous game. Some mighty bananas. Yeah, I guess I only have this one. That is very unfortunate. Heat resistance, stealth. There's so much stuff with stealth and speed boost and whatnot. I really don't need that at all. Movement speed, yeah. I think this is pretty much what I can do right now. That's a bit unfortunate. I need to keep a lookout for stamina shrooms, but I think they are kind of restricted to specific regions. Well, another thing that I held off on for way too long. Where the hell are you going? Sorry, I'm the type of person who values punctuality. So if you need something, come talk to me later. My boss is over in some ruins on the north side, so I need to hustle over there to listen to the survey result. Oh, wait, that's pretty cool. I completely forgot that he's the guy that is sometimes seen standing next to the fallen ruins in the front of the village. So he moves back and forth between the fallen thing in the pond and the ruins out here. That's pretty funny. Okay. So yeah, for the longest time I had a lot of Zonite, but actually not enough crystallized charges to do anything with my batteries. But now I picked up a lot since we managed to visit so many forges down in the depths. So let's see what kind of upgrade we can do here. This is a crystal refinery. I can take your crystallized charges and use them to produce energy wells. Please do that. Get producing. To produce 6 energy wells will require 600 crystallized charges. Is that acceptable? Oh, wow. Okay, so one... I didn't know that. I had kind of hoped, although maybe that was a bit unrealistic, that 100, so one energy well is an entire battery, but it's one section of a battery. Okay. Well, I mean, that's still a massive upgrade over what I had up until now. That's gonna make things a lot easier in the future. Please wait. Okay. That's an interesting battery production method. I have refined your crystallized charges into 6 energy wells. There we go, energy well. Man, I like what they look like. That's some futuristic battery. A small part made from crystallized charges. It increases the maximum energy that can be stored in your energy cell. Oh. Oh, it gets physically represented. That is awesome. I would enjoy further visits from you. Yeah, I would enjoy that as well. So we can have a maximum of 8 complete batteries then. Wow. Holy shit. Okay. How awesome that it gets actually represented on the thing on your hip. That's so cool. All right, 8. So 5 more, meaning, what, 300 per? So I need 1,500 of those crystallized things. Okay. Actually, it's not that much, considering that I grabbed almost 700 throughout my expedition down into the chasm. That's pretty good. Yeah, it's gonna be so much fun using all the different zonai, especially the skies or the floaty bits and pieces. That's really gonna help. Okay, well, is there a pin still somewhere? No, I think it got removed, right? Yep, all pins available. Perfect. That means it is finally time to go towards Kakariko and probably be distracted 100 times on the way. So that's where it is. Obviously, I want to go to the tower first to uncover the map. There is a shrine over there. But that's pretty far off to the east. Let's see. Yeah, that's there. So in theory, I would probably want to take this path. But obviously we have this still available to us. So I think I'm just going to take this path down here. You know what? Let's mark it either way. Come on. There we go. Where are you? Oh, you're all the way over there. Okay. So that's towards the Zora. No, I'm not gonna grab that right now. Do I want to keep the pin around? Nah, it's just gonna distract me. I definitely want to go this way first, and I'll just take a look at the shrines that are on the way. This location reminds me of the memory I was looking for quite a bit when I replayed Breath of the Wild. It was so weird to find. Was this always called the Bottomless Pond? Because I think this part was where the weird Calamity Ganon slime was located, right? I mean, maybe it's called the Bottomless Pond because it's where you land after the whole tutorial thing. But it is a very curious name. Ooh, it's above that Bargainer statue. Interesting. Yeah, is it really bottomless, though? I don't think it is. It might just be a fairly deep pond. Oh, while we're still here and it's night, actually, I probably could have done that earlier. Let's just quickly get poor Link some rest. Let's sleep in the bed for a bit. Then I'm gonna grab my horse and I'm gonna make my way over to the cave. That seems to house another armor piece for us. Yeah, sleep until morning. Oh, it's actually a perfect time to go to bed. It was 10 p.m. And Link wakes up really early, doesn't he? Like 5 in the morning? Oh.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land, the aimless spirits of slain monsters return.
This was my first night back down from the depths, wasn't it? What's that atrocity on my back? Well, it's the top part of a Stalnox, the skeletal Hinoxes, and I fused it to a spear. I think it looks lovely. I mean, clearly the heads try, you know, talking to each other. I think. I don't know. Seem a bit restless. I don't know why. But that seems to confirm what I was speculating about. So down in the depths, you cannot actually get a blood moon, which is very interesting. So I think the game actually waits until you come back up, and then your first night back is going to be a blood moon. Obviously, depending on how long you were down in the depths, right? But if you were there for longer than 7 nights, or well, past the point where the blood moon would have occurred, I think it waits until it can show it properly again. Which is quite interesting that it works like that. Did I get blood moons while underground? I don't think so. Pretty sure I didn't. At one point I thought I did, but that wasn't in the depths. That was when when I fought the Stalnox, I think. Because I confused because it's the emergency shelter route, right? The one with all the stones and whatnot that you have to crush in order to go back to the castle. And once you approach the castle, it has that same gloom effect as if a blood moon is happening. So I thought that blood moon was coming, but it was actually just the gloom effect from the castle. So I'm pretty sure that blood moons cannot happen. At least not while you're down in the depths. I'm not so sure about normal, you know, small little wells or other caves that are just slightly beneath the surface. Oh, the shrines would do that too. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Well, the shrines more so than the depths, because the shrines are, well, they look a little bit like some sort of pocket dimension. It's just interesting because obviously the time still progresses, so yeah, I guess it's just one of those things where they took, you know, a liberty of just doing it that way. I don't know, because in theory, the blood moon, I guess, would be based on a full moon somehow, or on the moon cycle. So it doesn't really make sense, but it makes sense from a gameplay perspective, I'm pretty sure. Also, it would just be weird, I think, if while you were down in the depths, the blood moon cinematic would play. I don't know, somehow that it feels like that doesn't really fit. So yeah, I think it makes sense that it works this way. Yeah, right, the Gourmets sometimes just looks like it. Oh, I know what, now I remember what point you were referring to. Right, so in normal caves they can happen. I completely forgot about that. Right, that was when I think it was when I first went into the, what's it called? This one, right? The ancient tree stump. Yeah, I think it was there. And true, I remember it now. I took a break while being down there, and the blood moon happened, like exactly when the break started, pretty much, which was pretty funny. So yeah, right, that makes sense. So while you're down in normal caves, so technically still on the overworld, blood moons can happen, but if you're down in the depths, it counts as if it doesn't happen, which is interesting. I wonder how the game decides that. There has to be a certain threshold that considers you being down in the depths, right? Because I guess if I took one of those floaty islands into one of the chasms and just stayed sort of in between the overworld and the depths, I wonder at what point the blood moon would happen or wouldn't happen. Would probably be incredibly finicky to test that, but it would be interesting nonetheless. Yeah, it was a normal cave that I was standing in. I wonder if it would bug out. I think it's more probably a decision of... It's like the same way it doesn't happen in the tutorial, right? I think it just doesn't really fit being there. I don't know. Since you cannot even see the moon while you're down in the depths, it would be maybe a bit weird to have it happen. And or maybe they thought that since your hearts get taken away, accidentally respawning enemies while you're close to them or something would be too challenging or too annoying. I don't know. So maybe it's also to make it easier for you to, you know, if you already dealt with some stuff down in the depths, it's going to stay dead until you get back out, I think. Which is pretty cool. Kind of doubles down on that feeling of truly doing an extended expedition down into the depths, right? And being completely disconnected from the rest of the world for a bit. Alright.
Good weather never fails to put a tired soul at ease. Now then, welcome to our mini stable. What can I do for you today?
I want to have my horse, Phantom. Although it would be a good chance to bond a little bit more with Sparkles, but no. It's like Phantom. We don't want to be too conspicuous riding around on a golden horse.
Thank you for waiting. This little one sure looks happy to go for a ride with you. That should about wrap things up. Please take care. Have a safe trip. Have you been to Woodland Stable? I hear there's a great fairy fountain right nearby.
Yeah, a billion different people have already pushed me to go there. And I still... As long as I'm not actually going that direction, I won't look at it.
If you leave Lookout Landing's East Gate, you'll find it on the way to Eldin.
Hey, buddy. How's it going? Right. I actually do want to leave through the East Gate, I think. Although, well, it doesn't really matter. Why is there not a pathway here? I mean, there is. It's just kind of weird that it's not displayed on the map. So I'm going to go this way and then right past the Whistling Hill to whatever this cave is going to be. Beautiful horsey. Hestu is still very fascinated by the shop. I actually wish I could buy him something. That would be pretty cool. We could just gift him, you know, clothes or neat little food package. What's that slime looking at? Oh, I think I could ride over those, but I guess not. Bunch of bokoblins. Okay, so most of these parts I more or less already looked at, because obviously this was also the direction we came from. Oh, wait a second. Left or right? Left. Okay. Left, just follow the stuff. Although I'm not entirely sure if I have been to the ranch rooms already. Hey! What are you doing here? Have we met already? Oh, damn it. I'm trying to talk to him. There we go. Madon. Was he the guy we met at Lookout Landing previously? No. They... I think they went off somewhere else, didn't they?
Hey, don't it feel like it's been one weird thing after another since the upheaval? The other day, my precious hammer that I've loved and cared for since, well, since forever, just stopped and rotted. It was beyond fixing, so I slapped a rock onto a wooden stick and had me a new hammer. Might not be pretty, but it beats a rotten old hammer any day of the week.
Grin. What was that grin all about? Okay, so... Cool. Thanks for chatting. Some interesting bits and pieces there. Yeah, have I already been to these ruins? I don't really think so. Maybe. Just a small little bokoblin looking for resources, I guess. Might as well check them out a bit. Hey, buddy. What you doing? Oh. Damn it. What's that blurpy doing here? Ooh, is there a cave nearby? Might be? Oh, that also looks very interesting. Wait, what are these called? Ranch ruins. Alright. Yeah. Wait, was this the Long Long Ranch? I would actually be very sad if it was. Maybe? Location somewhat matches up with it, right? Being south of Castletown? Wait, what do you mean one-shots? I mean, it's just the normal bokoblins are dying really, really easily now, I think. Responsible for the royal horses? Yeah. Wasn't that Long Long Ranch, actually? I think it's supposed to be that. Right? If we match up the location with where the Long Long Ranch was at in Ocarina of Time. Pretty sure that could be it. Just leave it, don't worry about it. Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty, the Stalnox funny little moving skeletal things, top hat skeletons, are quite powerful as a fusing weapon. It's actually really sad, right? Imagine this being the course you ride around in Ocarina of Time to do those time trial challenges. I think those gave you a heart piece, right? I think there was also something else there. That was also your tutorial area for Epona back in the day, I think. I'm somewhat missing those places, not gonna lie. Hello. Yes, I actually found one of them yet. I found the one that was here. Actually, in the cave that I'd already looked at. I just didn't look behind the waterfall, and that's where the chest was. So that's the one I got, and yeah, I'm going for the next one now. Also, I actually found when I was going after Koga, I found the X that I had gotten from the map. So there's like a key item that's a map that led me down here into the depths. And this one had the funny, this thing, the mask, the minus mask that can make your environment, or can illuminate your environment that slams. That was the, where is it, key items? That was this map, the old map. The one, wait, what did I get from the other cave? So they're all armor pieces, right? And the mushroom person, the mushroom woman that gave me those marks actually already mentioned what was in all of them. So which one was it though? I want to say it was the climbing gear that I found. Yeah, because this I bought. Yeah, it was a climbing gear. The climbing speed up. And I think it also tells me... Yeah, this is supposed to have a shock-resistant outfit. And the other one, I think, is powerful outfit. So an attack upgrade. Okay, this is a Korok, right? Yes. Yeah. They look a bit like hoops, yeah. Bye-bye. They're a bit, but then also very, somewhat similar to Ganondorf. Oh. Okay. Mr. Blurpy, what are you looking at? Oh, that's the cave. Not exactly difficult to find. I like that a lot, that the Blurpies lead you into the caves. It's a cute way of hinting at discoveries. Oh. Okay. Lots of bats down here, huh? Hey, buddy. Come down there. Oh, he's just dead. Okay. Can sneak through there. Ooh, it has another... Oh, that's kind of cute. Small little cave. It's just mostly this rock, it seems like. Oh, there you are. I thought you were going to be located in that part that seems to be difficult to access. There we go. Is a stronger weapon more durable? I don't think so. Durability seems to be completely independent of that. Because, for example, the Bokoblin arms, they're pretty strong, right? They have 20 base attack value, which is one of the highest base values you can get now with all of the weapons being decayed. But they only last for a couple of hits. And then it all gets messed up further by fusing different things together. Because sometimes if you put, for example, the Bokoblin hands on normal weapons, it means that the Bokoblin hand, since it doesn't have that much durability, will be destroyed first. But then if you fuse something more durable to a weapon, it'll mean that the entire weapon will get destroyed. So it's, yeah, it's definitely a bunch of things to figure out there. And the game doesn't really make that apparent, right? It's more a hidden stat, I guess, the durability. Which I do like, because it means that you kind of have to base it on what the weapons look like. So it still makes sense for the most part, I think. Because you can just see, okay, this weapon looks more durable, so it probably is. The same thing goes for shields, too. Sickle from the Yiga clan hits like a truck. Yeah, they also very frequently mention that on the weapon's description. If things are more or less durable. And yeah, it also seems to be depending on what you're hitting with it, right? If you hit... So for example, if you're using axes to cut down trees, it's... I think I just considered to not cost as much durability as it might otherwise. Same way as... yeah, the rock hammers and whatnot are way more usable on mining deposits and also fighting Lionels with armor. So it is pretty interesting. There's quite a bit to a system that on the surface looks fairly simplistic, but there's lots of different interactions, it seems like, when it comes to different materials and whatnot. But at the same time, it's also not exactly made clear by the game sometimes. So it's definitely involves a bit of experimentation. But then again, in general, the game does some weird stuff. Like, for example, the armor value on shields isn't what you'd think it is. I actually watched a video on that yesterday. But a video that was talking about Breath of the Wild, right? So obviously the system works the same here. But it was a video that was released, I don't know, a year ago or something. And it talked about how the armor values on shields, they do correspond to durability somewhat, So the higher the armor value, the less durability it loses depending on the attack it's hit by. And then apparently it also determines if an enemy bounces back from your shield, right? So if the shield strength, so to speak, is above the attack power of an enemy, they bounce back, and it also can make them lose their weapon, I think. But if, you know, the lower the shield value, it just doesn't happen. Enemies can just, you know, continue attacking normally. And that is something I want to say that is not clear at all. And it's very finicky to figure out. And in comparison to Dark Souls, for example, where shields have different percentages on how much damage they actually deflect, right? Because some shields do have a 100% physical damage reflection, but a couple ones still let some damage through. That's not the case here, right? They all deflect the entire damage you would have taken. So it's very, very unclear if you're just looking at it what the number actually means. And I wish it would be a bit different, honestly. Especially for shields. Like the attack power and bow attack power is much easier to figure out in comparison. But the shield value, the game really doesn't tell you much about at all. Yeah, right. The torch is another good example. There's definitely some, and it is pretty cool, I have to say, as well, how it interacts with certain enemies. So, for example, the moving trees, if you hit them with an axe or with a weapon that can produce fire, they die instantly, right? Completely independent of the weapon's attack power, because it's a tree, right? And an axe will just cut them, which is pretty awesome. And there's a whole bunch of those interactions, I think, in the game where if you find the right tool for the job, so to speak, can vastly improve your chances against enemies. Which in general, I like a lot so far about the game and about how it handles encounters, is that you can, especially also with all the different things that you can attach to arrows, it's super, super fun to just try to figure out what items are best utilized against certain enemies. So for example, for me, against the dragons, the Gleoks, using Key's eyeballs to make your arrows find their target automatically just made it a whole lot easier to deal with them, because I didn't have to aim for their heads specifically a lot of the time. I could just hit them a lot quicker as I otherwise would have been able to. Alright, so that's the cave entrance. That's where our new armor piece is supposed to be in. But obviously, gotta deal with the shrine first. Are you the, You're selling stuff, right? Hi there, welcome to Rolling Pastures. Yeah, she's the one that always visits Lookout Landing with her shop, right? Oh, before you buy anything, can I take a moment to brag? It's about my brother. He's becoming a big-time chef. Isn't that exciting? Though I haven't heard from him since he and his friends went to Riverside Stable to learn more about cooking. The stable's located by a river on the southeastern part of Hyrule Field. Maybe I should go and see how he's doing. Now, how about sampling some of Atino Village's finest? Yeah, please give me some stuff. Okay, I still have butter. Let's buy a couple eggs. And replenish our stack of tomatoes. Okay. That's over there, right? Where the smoke's coming from? Can I see that from here? Oh yeah, it's here. Perfect. Boop. Pin put down. Yeah, that stable was located at the exact same place in Breath of the Wild. It was the stable that had the cute little sheep ranches in the back that are actually surrounded by water to protect them, which I thought was pretty cool. Poor little Korok buddy needs to reach his friend. So obviously I do want to help him do that. Who? Yeah, let's do that first. Yeah. Hey buddy, where's your friend? Yeah. Ooh, that's actually... it's not exactly close. Huh. It's next to another shrine. Yeah. Alright. Let's help you. Oh. Buy some strawberries? That's cool. I like strawberries a lot. Hope you find good ones. I will definitely take very good care of him. I think we can build a... Well, not with the bomb, though. That's a cart, right? I am still missing control units, unfortunately. But with our extended battery now, this should still work quite well, hopefully. There we go. Hey, little guy, wanna go for a ride? Get the front seat. Mainly to not make it topple over. Okay, there we go. Might as well do the shrine afterwards, right? Let's help him first. Let's see. Just need to align myself with his friend. There we go. Careful. Don't want to hit him. Meow. Oh boy, it's a precarious cart. No, wrong way, wrong way! Where are we going? Oh god. Oh boy. Still continues moving for quite a bit afterwards. There we go. That way. Yeah, without being able to steer, these things aren't exactly easy to deal with. Oh my god. Stop it! We're actually going in a circle. Why are we going in a circle? I feel like the funny little tires of the cart aren't exactly able to move properly. Yeah, it's like doing a weird circle movement, even when I'm not moving at all. Come on. Can't be that difficult to do. There we go. Seriously? It's like it's sticking to the mountain or something. Or not the mountain, but the slope of the grass. That's very strange. Well, you know what? Looking at the terrain, I think it actually might be easy to just walk over. So, Mr. Korok, you just get a little bit of a flying session here. Ooh, well, that's giant cat. Oh, I think that's the chasm I wanted to come back out of, right? I'm pretty sure. Oh, come here. There you go. Yeah, haha. Oh, you are. Found your friend. Yeah, haha. Perfect. Alright, so those are back together. Let's see, where the hell am I? Yeah, that's the chasm I wanted to come out of. Alright. Great Plateau's over there. I mean, honestly, I don't want to do too much here. Let's just do the shrine real quick. Why is Mr. Sign Guy not here? We've come across so many building material sites. But the Hudson Sign Guy is nowhere to be seen. Has he given up? Maybe he's stuck somewhere else. There we go. What are you going to be? Funny thing is, I actually already found the corresponding light route to this, right? Which is sort of weird to think about that I did the depths first in this particular instance. Oh, hey, it's another one of the ones that take your equipment away. Okay, that was really interesting last time I did it. Outside equipment is forbidden beyond this point. I still think that it might actually have been a good idea to do that with every single shrine. But then again, most of them don't actually contain any combat scenarios, so... probably wouldn't have been too important. Alright, obviously, I need that boulder. To destroy that stone. Okay, what do we have? A couple arrows. That spiky ball thing definitely be very helpful. God, they have a pretty long range. I want to grab the fire fruits. Wait, what was the other weapon they gave us? Oh, it was only the stick. Very unfortunate. Oh. Okay. I thought their meter was going to fill up. Stop it. Ooh. Holy shit. Yeah, you really need to be careful. Was it the arrow that hit me? I feel like the arrows are always really strong. It might have been. Gimme. Okay. Well. Now I definitely have more than enough stuff to deal with him. Although, at the end of the day, I do have to say that... These challenges aren't exactly super difficult, are they? I don't know. I feel like if you're too passive and actually try to find a cool way of dealing with them, you make it way harder on yourself than it would otherwise be. It is pretty neat, though, that they're pretty much giving you the spiked ball as a reward as well. Although I only have broadswords to fuse it to. Unless I want to use a gloom sword. That would be a weird way of doing it. Nah. Use it to this one. It's still a weird weapon. Actually, I need to remember to use the gloom swords more now that I'm on the outside again. A spring shield? Yeah. What the hell is that gonna do? Oh, you can probably make enemies like spring away, right? Let's see here. It sucks. It sucks every time you have to get rid of a cool, unique shield design. Because I like this one a lot, for example, but it's simply not really... Oh, well, it has more durability. This one has too. I guess I'd have to get rid of the kite shield then? That sucks. I mean, I have two of these. Well, whatever. Spring shields. How does that get activated? Oh, I guess the spring will only activate if you actually hit an enemy with it. Because otherwise, it's a bit of a weird one. Let's keep it equipped for now. Go on a rampage with those wheels? Is that really possible? I don't think they would turn though, would they? Unless you do... maybe you can attach them to actual wheels, right? Just on the outside so that they turn with the wheels. That would be possible. I mean, that being said, the Yiga in the depths, they are actually... well, they're not using the spiked balls, but they have these spiked metal plates that they're using against you, which is also fairly similar, probably. Oh, right. True. Trying to shield surf on it would probably be... well, it would activate the spring, right? So it would... well, it might get destroyed instantly, but... I guess you could jump with it? That could be pretty funny. I do want to test what it does against an enemy, though. I wonder if it'll make the enemy fly away if it gets hit by the spring. Either way, it's a very curious combination, a curious thing to put on a shield, all things considered. Alright, this shrine done. Korok helped. So now I can just move back to where I came from. Actually, you know what? Since you guys are so close by, might as well test my new thing here. Boof. Ooh, hello. I see you. Oh, god damn it. Why did that fly so... oh, it's because of my Zona bow, isn't it? Bye-bye. Well, that didn't... okay, it did work. Oh, he needs to hit it. Okay. Well, that's cool. So every time he hits my shield, he'll just get pushed back. Okay, that's pretty funny. Do that again. Yeah, I know. You want your shield too. Boing. Okay, that's pretty cool. That is honestly pretty cool. I like the sound effect on it as well. Boing. Okay, come here. Oh god, they flew very far away, didn't they? Okay, that's an awesome shield combination. I need to remember that. I think I still have some springs, actually. In my Zonai bubble collection. Okay, there was still one other guy up there, right? Yeah. The one I first hit with a puff shroom. Let's just go up here. And I also have to admit the shield actually looks pretty cool. Oh, hey, buddy. It actually looks pretty cool. Like it works as something that's attached to a shield. Bit of a rough waking up. What? Where the hell are you running? Oh, what? Did Tulin just push the, I think Tulin just pushed him off the thing. That looked weird. Guess that can happen. Hello there. Yeah, nobody's here to hear your horn anymore. God damn it, everything fell down. I almost hate when that happens. You want to collect what they have, and then it just falls a billion miles away. There we go. Also, this is a really good vantage point. Whoa, this looks awesome. Hey, Sapphire. Man, what a cool perspective. These bokoblins sure knew where they built their camp, didn't they? I love how the light reflects in the river running through the Twin Mountains, was it? Twin Peaks, right? Yeah. It's so surreal thinking of that it went that way first in Breath of the Wild. It seems so far away now. Actually, that was the correct way to approach Kakariko, though, now that I'm thinking about it. Well, I want to get to the tower first. What is happening there? That Sky Island is very close to the ground for some reason. Okay. Oh! I think that's the shrine that I tried to mark. Or is that... No, never mind. That's the stable. And it has a shrine next to it. Yeah, they always do. Okay, cool. So now we're south of the other tower. We're southeast, rather. That's the Colosseum. And that's the former Great Plateau. Yeah, I mean, the wall still exists. And it's definitely still a plateau, but it's... I want to say it's moved further down. Or did I just think it did, and it actually didn't? Are you sure it's further down than it was before? Okay, there's a memory back there. Huh. I never noticed that the game calculates some stuff at half the frame rate in the distance. That's the first time I've seen that. Interesting. Because the other one's moving normally. Maybe they just didn't load in correctly or something. Man. Every single time you get a vantage point somewhere, there's a billion different things to look at and get distracted by. But I really need to move back to the shrine I was just at when I was helping the Korok. Yeah, let's get back down here. Back to our horsey. Awesome discovery with the spring shield, though. I love that they, you know, they don't really push you to create combinations like that. But every now and again, you just find like a pre-combined thing that gets you new ideas, right? Because not everybody would maybe think of this, or, well, also with the sheer amount of combinations you can come up with. I guess it could be unlikely to find all of them or use all of them, so it's definitely nice that they just sometimes simply give you that stuff, and you can just test it out and see how fun it is. Bomb shields? Oh, that sounds awesome. What the hell? I mean, okay, so you'd have to have a bit of health for that, right? I'm pretty sure you would get damaged by it, right? If you do that? That sounds ridiculous. It would be awesome. Oh, true, yeah. Maybe it was the distance. I don't know. I don't exactly know or remember what the outside of it looked like. I just thought from very far away it looked much further to the ground than it was in Breath of the Wild, but maybe it really is just perspective messing with you. I mean, I want to go check on it eventually. It's just not something that I want to do right now, because otherwise I'll never get to Kakariko. Also, I don't know what awaits me in the Temple of Time. I wonder if there's going to be another side quest there or something, so... Combat training throwing. Ooh. It's an actual tutorial shrine? Interesting. Maybe they expect you to go here very early after dropping down from the tutorial islands. Oh, so you're like automatically shielding yourself from the explosion? Okay, that's insanely funny. That works? That's pretty cool. So you just get like blown all over the place, but oh, okay, it wants me to throw a weapon. Alright. Throw a weapon. These tutorial shrines are still funny to me, that they can just sometimes come up and... Even though you already know, might as well throw this, right? Since it's already more or less destroyed. Oh, come on. There we go. Throw the weapon carefully. Well, at least now I can utilize the other ones. Nice. I don't know why they decided to place these tutorials so randomly across the map. I don't really mind it. It's just definitely somewhat of a weird decision. Let's just go back to this one. Because I want to say this would have maybe made more sense on the tutorial island, but then again, they probably didn't want to place, you know, 8 different shrines or something in the tutorial. And it is, as I said, it's very, very close to where you touch down on the ground, in theory, so maybe they expect a lot of people to just go here first. Yeah, let's take the spear instead of the sword. I have a lot of normal sword weapons right now, so... Spear is probably going to come in very, very handy. I wonder if I could also fuse one of the springs to the front of the spear, right? That would probably be pretty much the same funny thing as the shield is. Okay. Then once I get out of this one, we can take a look at the cave that apparently houses an armor piece. What's going on with my bow? Why does it sparkle like that? Or is that the spring? Is my shield already halfway broken or something? And so it looks like broken up electrical wires? I almost want to take another look at the bottomless pond, but can also leave that for later. Right. That's the shrine done. Cave seems to be somewhere over here. Oh, right. I wanted to... No, it doesn't show anything about it being broken. I think it's really just a visual effect from the energy that's coming off of the shield, right? Yeah, since it's attached to it. Interesting. Just sparkles a bit. I guess as technologically advanced as the Zonai were, they maybe didn't exactly master the plug connections between all of the different pieces. That being said, we don't exactly know how this power works, right? So maybe it's actually not as dangerous as real electricity can be to humans. Or maybe the volts, you know, that are transferred between the shield and the spring aren't exactly that high. Ooh. Stop. No. Come on. Not that way. Damn it. Sometimes the camera does really, really funky stuff. Oh, that was Chulin. Oops. For a second there, I thought the bat had tried to attack me and flew into the wall with such force that it just instantly perished, but no. It was probably Tulin shooting one of his arrows. Alright, there we go. I always need to double check all of the vertical movement in these caves. So definitely don't want to miss out on anything. Thankfully, I'm replenishing my stock of eyeballs. Just gonna come in very, very handy if we fight another flying opponent. They should burn away, right? Yeah, easy enough. Oh, great, another one. Okay, that leads further down, so I want to say that this might be some sort of side cave here. Let's check on this one first. One of the biggest advantages of taking a look at the depths is definitely that you will just get a lot of bombs. Probably wasn't the best idea to equip a metal weapon fighting those things. Oh, I also lost my shield. Didn't even see them at first, to be honest. Did I pick up everything? Yeah. That's the one thing I hate about being attacked by... Well, there you are! Thanks for making a noise. I would have seen you. I looked for you in other places. I thought the frog would have been in the side area I just went into. But yeah, I do love the idea and the... Technically, I also love the effect of electricity, because it also makes enemies lose their weapons too, which is pretty awesome. So the game's pretty fair in that regard, right? It whatever enemies can do to you, you can definitely also do to them. So it's very fair that way. That being said, it's still pretty annoying to have to pick up your weapons again. I dodged it like 5 times. I think I didn't even really register that somehow. Hey, buddies. How does it feel being hit by one of your kind, huh? Actually, that was pretty cruel. I don't know. I think... I get the distinct feeling that the heads, you know, the skeletal heads don't exactly like to be on my weapon. Then again, I'm not the one who put them onto that top hat looking spearhead. This cave looks suspicious. Please don't tell me we're going to fight more hands. No, doesn't seem to be the case. Okay. Well, we are still missing the chest with the armor piece, so... I guess it's just further down, or it's that way. Let's see. What? What did... Oh, wait, it's a stone one? Oh, that's awesome. Those can roll boulders at you? That's really ridiculous. I really, really love those little differences, because same thing in... Or not same thing in Breath of the Wild. In Breath of the Wild, it always felt like a lot of enemies just simply got stronger over time. And yeah, it wasn't exactly super interesting all the time. But now, a lot of enemies, even though they're technically the same enemy, they all have very distinct either elemental differences to them or just in general different ways of attacking. And I like that a lot. It's pretty awesome. Okay, bombs should be probably very, very useful against you. Okay, it spits those out really fast. Stop it. Okay, and then it just... there we go. Ooh, wait, I removed its... Oh, interesting. So you can actually remove its rock layer. Give me a... Wait! It ate Tulin! Give me a... Oh, it still spits those out. Whoa! Wait, that's the third one. That's not fair. There we go. Damn it. There we go. Of course. Really? It even had to tumble off of the ledge? Okay, that's pretty funny that even the spirit sages can be eaten by those. Probably the most interesting like so far, I want to say. With the stones. Because the elemental ones so far weren't really... I mean, they were just spewing out whatever element they were based on, right? Whereas this one with the stones, that was pretty unique. Also, it's pretty cool how it's placed on this slope. Alright. Well, hopefully we're gonna find the armor piece behind this one. The one thing I sometimes wonder about when it comes to weapon switching and whatnot, I do very much enjoy the menu design of that still. I think it's very well done. That being said, with an increasing number of slots, it maybe would have been pretty cool, especially for these items too. It's not too bad. Like, you can sort them by, well, probably the most used category is just very, very helpful. I still wish you could do one manual sort, in a way. I feel like that would be pretty awesome. Oh, too late. Come on, do that again. Sadly, that broke now, but oh well. I still... Yeah, I should still have two of the flame gleok things. I think the ice ones are the ones that I used up. Have I taken a photo of that? Yes. There we go. Thanks for the arrows pointing us in the right direction. As hidden as these things are, somebody clearly wanted us to find them eventually. There we go. Also kind of explains the shock elements in here, if we are getting a shock-resistant outfit, in fact. Which, that's what the mushroom lady told us we would get. Rubber armor! Okay. So now Link also has a latex suit, apparently. His armor has built-in electricity resistance thanks to its source material, an ancient marvel called rubber. Such technology does not exist in this modern age. Does it not? Wait a second, how does that make sense? Because rubber is a material that is one off of trees, typically, right? Or plants, rather. Feels unlikely that they wouldn't have it anymore, but I don't know. Okay. Looks pretty cool. Interesting crotch area, but I don't know. I think I had this set in Breath of the Wild, but never really found it all that useful, except for like one specific area. Well, it also heavily depends on if you're getting it before you fight the Blight that actually uses electricity. That's the one in Gerudo Desert, right? Yeah, no idea where he got the set in Breath of the Wild, though. Gonna be interesting to see if it's more usable this time around. True, there are different variations of rubber. That is very, very true, yeah. But still, the way it's described just makes it look, or makes it seem a bit weird. Because you'd think that it wouldn't exactly be too much of a marvel, but yeah. Maybe it's some very, very special rubber. I mean, considering the effect of the armor, it very clearly is, right? So it makes sense that they wouldn't exactly be knowledgeable about this specific material. Ooh, hello. Is the dragon? Oh, wait, I wanted to take a photo of it. But I actually can't while I'm on horseback. Because that button is used to soothe your horse. Okay, we already have. Right. God, that looks awesome every single time. I find it very, very interesting that the dragons are actually now moving into the depths as well. And there's clearly something else of interest going on up there. Is that above the Zora domain? No, that's way further south, isn't it? Ooh, interesting. Oh, well, first of all, that looks like an area where the rubber suit might come in handy. But then, that's also not one of the phenomenons that Pura wants us to investigate. Very interesting. Okay. Well, let's move on to the stable next. Oh, that's the tower next to Lake Hylia, right? And that's a quark. Let's help him. I think it's a good idea to always do that first. Oh, stone fell down. Hey, buddy. Where's your friend? What are these? Pick up the fruit. Again, no Mr. Hudson sign guy. What happened to him? I found him, like, sometimes we felt like 100 meters apart from location to location, and now he just doesn't appear anymore. Maybe there's a finite number of times you can help him or something, and you have to... Maybe I have to talk to Mr. Hudson. No, never mind. Disregard everything I just said. There he is. Ooh, it's the Korok. Yeah, shocking discovery, isn't it? It was. You have to take those joke up opportunities every single time. It was a shocking discovery, I do have to agree. Alright, oh, right. I'll talk to you first. Aww. Where's your friend? Whoa! Hold on a second, that's further away than I thought. That's somewhere down here. Actually, somewhat close to the other tower. God damn it! I didn't want to get distracted. I mean, might as well activate the tower at that point then. Ooh, there is also a memory very close by. And there is a shrine on that floaty island. Okay, might as well grab that one then, right? Oh yeah, that's pretty close to the tower anyways. That's where I need to go. Let's stick a pin on that one too then. If the Korok wants us to go over there, might as well do it. And Mr. Sign Guy, we need to keep in mind. Don't want to forget about you. I mean... Well, there is a big river in between, but there is also a big bridge down there, so... If I... Instead of taking this bridge, I could take this bridge, and then we would be pretty close to his friend. So I think what I'm going to do is actually go to the stable first. And grab my horse thingy that allows me to drag a cart behind me, and then we can just, you know, move him over that way. Since I still don't have a control unit, I think that might be easier than my sled experiment from last time. Or cart, rather.
Hi.
Right. What's going on? You're looking for someone to talk to? Hey, that's fine by me. Let's talk. Seems like a number of unusual ruins fell at Kakariko Village to the east. I'm going there to investigate. But a traveler type like you might want to check it out. See the sights, that sort of thing. Yeah. That's actually where I'm heading, technically. Before little cute Korok over there decided otherwise. Riverside Stable. Okay, let's go do the shrine first. I think... I don't have to stable my horse, right? I just need to talk to the stable owner, and then I can rearrange what my horse looks like. I hear the oh! Hey! What are you doing so far away from the stable? Okay. It's not exactly a good position to investigate stuff from, I don't think. Aren't you supposed to interview people? Alright, what is this going to be? Ooh, that looks very interesting. Building with logs. Alright. Sounds fun. Alright. I mean, am I just supposed to climb? You can't climb these, right? Oh. There we go. Do we still need that one? Maybe. I mean, they swim. But... do they fit exactly? Let's see. Pretty sure they're a bit too long for that, right? Yeah. Unless they want me to do this. I mean, obviously this way it's gonna roll off, but if I stick two together it should work. I hope. There we go. Yeah, perfect. What a beautiful bridge. So elegantly glued. It's a 10 out of 10 glue application. Alright, well this is easy though. Might as well attach them together again. Ooh. There we go. Alright. Let's see. So I need to build something floating that has one vertical lock attached to it as well. so that we can climb up. So I think... And it probably shouldn't topple over, so let's attach these guys like this. That one on the other side. And then this one, we're going to put on vertical. There we go. And now this funny looking thing, it looks like a goalpost from American football, doesn't it? A little bit. Should be able to climb that without it toppling over, right? Yeah, easy, easy. There we go. Ooh. Now it gets more interesting. Oh, that looks awesome. Oh, I was gonna say, couldn't I just swim over? But it's actually got a little bit of a flow going on here in the other direction because of the waterfalls. It looks very beautiful. Very beautiful shrine design. Kudos to whoever came up with this one. Alright. Sadly, still no control unit, but it is what it is. Let's create ourselves a beautiful little boat. Oh, they're really giving you a lot of locks. 4 should be enough, though. Don't make it too crazy here. There we go. Next one over here. Come on. No, not like that. Don't want to accidentally attach it in the wrong direction. There we go. Very beautiful. You can actually get stuck between the logs. It's a bit annoying, but it is what it is. Alright, can we go the proper direction, though? I should probably use something else for this. There we go. Because I feel like it might drift. No, it's strong enough. Okay. 2 fans already provide enough of a thrust forward, I guess, to not make it accidentally flow, of course, because of the flow of the water. Spiky shield. Well, that's not really worth it, is it? Nah. Unfortunate. Here we go. And on to our final destination. Although, hopefully not in a final destination way. I want to die here. There we go. Okay, that was fun. Feel like the first 2 puzzles could have maybe been a little bit more involved, but I think it was cool that it definitely built on top of the other ones. It's just a cool way to show you what you can do with your abilities, I think. As like a mini tutorial for log boat building and the fact that you can actually climb up on them if you build them correctly. Okay, I think this was blessing number 3 though, right? So I'm still missing one more for the for the next upgrades. Which I think at this point I'm actually gonna go for the second stamina wheel. I feel like that makes more sense. I mean, I'm mostly judging that off of the Lionel that I fought in the depths. That being said, maybe I should do that, considering that the Lionel probably works very different in terms of its damage output. I'm pretty sure that since he was down in the depths, they made his damage output a lot less compared to most of the other Lionels, but he does take your hearts away, right? So it's pretty difficult because of that. What the hell are you doing over here? Why are you hanging out over here? Oh, I always feel bad, just... It's very difficult to approach him without scaring the birds away. Oh, hey, we could build ourselves another boat. I like the stable a lot. It's so cool how they put the animal pastures behind the stable onto the water. What a cool idea. And then obviously with the added sound of the flowing river. Very, very beautiful. Can I talk to him without scaring the birds? Nope. That doesn't work.
Yow! I've been hearing some chirps and warbles from my little birds. They say some regular guests of the stable are late to arrive. Very late. The chef here, Gotta, was going to meet with them to learn a new recipe, one that Princess Zelda taught them.
Okay, so that's the... Yeah, as we heard already, apparently at this stable, a bunch of people know a lot about food, so...
Huh. My keen reporter instincts say something is wrong here. Gotta has been over there waiting for the guests to arrive. He's barely moved this whole time. Let's see. It's not unusual for guests to decide not to show up, right? But what if they're unable to?
I mean, it's pretty rude to do that, though. Is that really not that unusual? I don't know. I mean, if they're unable to, obviously, but I guess in this day and age, it would have been more difficult to let somebody know that you weren't coming. Right? Because it's not exactly just a WhatsApp message away. Well, they were coming to share a recipe from Princess Zelda, too. That could be part of this.
These chirps and warbles are worth looking into.
They are. Gourmets gone missing. They very much are. Wait. What am I doing? This menu. Let's activate this one. The cook, Gotta, is worried about some regular guests who are overdue to arrive at the stable. He apparently had an appointment with them where they were going to share a recipe they had learned from Princess Zelda herself. All right. Well, let's look into this. Aw, little puppy. As always, super happy to chase its own tail. I love how there's a bunch of Gorons just out and about. What are you guys talking about? Hi. We met you at Lookout Landing. Good to see a familiar face. Oh, that was the Goron I was talking about. Yeah, so these two we met in Lookout Landing. And the problem was that I think the Goron forgot his way home. Because, well, since the upheaval, the environment around Death Mountain changed quite a bit. Because apparently, since gloom is now coming out of Death Mountain, it's not as hot there anymore, which is kind of funny to think about, honestly. So yeah, and apparently that caused some shifts in the environment, so the Goron wasn't quite sure of how to get back home with all those things shifting around.
We're thinking of going to Kakariko Village in the Necluda region next. That's to the east.
It's not exactly on the way to Goron City, though. This guy's dying to see the ring ruins. Oh, alright.
Of course I am! The ruins ring-like shape is one of a kind. Can't wait to taste them. I mean, chew them.
Well, I mean, the Gorons are eating rocks, aren't they? So, I can understand that desire. We've talked about this. Priceless ruins are for seeing, not eating. Anyway, Kakariko Village is where we're headed. Kakariko Village is right over there, next to that Skyview Tower. Ooh, another dragon. Hey there, buddy. They're really all over the place right now. I do have to say, looking at it from this perspective, I mean, especially with the birds and the Skyview Tower, dragon in the background, very awesome look for Kakariko Village. They could definitely turn those ring ruins into a very cool tourist destination if they wanted to. Well, of course, after we've completed our research on them. The ring-shaped rock to the left of it is probably one of the ring ruins. If you get turned around on the journey, you can look at those two things to reorient yourself.
Then we'll wait. Let's go.
Alright, big guy. We're off. See you on the road. See you guys. Hopefully we're actually going to meet them again in Kakariko. It's pretty cool. I wonder if they would be there if you haven't talked to them in Lookout Landing before. Maybe they would just show up in Kakariko. Hey, Beetle, what's up? Hey! Oh, I thought I'd run into you again, or are you following me? Do you remember, the secret to good negotiation is to leave the other person wanting more. Actually, not a bad tip. I mean, I don't know how you so quickly, you know, go to all of the different stables every single time. Can you fly too? Alright, what you got? Woohoo! Thunderwing, Electric Dana, Tireless Frog. Man, I would really like to buy the Tireless Frogs, but it's, they're just way too expensive, I think. Nothing right now. Okay. Anything going on here? Just a bunch of goats. I'm pretty sure I already took a picture. Yeah. Took a picture of a goat. Did not, however, took a picture of one of you guys. He's looking a bit baffled. I don't think he agrees with us taking a picture of him. What are you doing back here? My dear, dear wife. So, I gather my thoughts. What I know is this. A legendary sword is more than fable and far closer to fact. Oh, wait, what? Huh? How's a legendary sword connected to your wife? Can I truly defeat any monster? Does it truly exist in Hyrule? Yes and yes. And it's highly likely to be found in the something woods. Again? Wait, isn't it? Or is he just referring to that it was originally found in the Lost Woods? Because I would be very surprised if the Master Sword is just waiting for us there. Again. Didn't we send it back in time? Unless somehow Zelda managed to repair it and then send it back forwards in time. Through that thing it's being stuck in the Lost Woods. Well, that would bring up a lot more questions then, would it? Huh. Huh? Huh? Tell me, you, how long have you been there? You didn't happen to overhear what I was just saying, did you? You mean the legendary sword thing? Well, you heard. I thought as much, but I have nothing to fear. I stand confident that only the Chosen One can wield the legendary sword that defeats any monster. The Chosen One is an eavesdropper. No? He is an Eve that is perfectly fine with being dropped in on. I mean... Whoa. Okay, that wasn't even a dad joke anymore. I think we have to define a new category for that kind of joke. Let me share this openly. Some days ago, I bid farewell to my dear wife, Sorelia, to set out from Lakeside Stable. Well, I find myself now at the stable, but the something woods that I seek is still far away. So, forgive me if I have no more time for eavesdroppers. I have to find the legendary sword to protect my dear wife. What happened to your wife? Wait, let me get this straight. So you were waiting for her here, or she departed from here? I didn't really pick that up. Did you not hear me? My fault entirely. The legendary sword is meant for a chosen one, like me. Right. I imagine that Sorelia is all alone, waiting for my return. He was probably better in Japanese. Well, yeah, he tried, didn't he? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I get the feeling, or I get the impression that he just thinks the Master Sword is there because, well, we heard those rumors in Breath of the Wild, and I think the fact that Link took it from that location and used it again probably technically not that many people would know about that, right? I think that the Master Sword in and of itself, while being a legendary weapon, a lot of the quote-unquote normal folk probably wouldn't exactly know too much about it. And even though Link had it, they would probably just assume that it's a very well-crafted sword that was gifted to him or something. Either way, though, I mean, it's still meant as a hint for us to go to the Lost Woods, so clearly there is still something there that is waiting for us to discover it.
I must find the legendary sword and return to her side as soon as I can.
Okay. No hint as to where your wife could be. Interesting. Alright, so you're waiting for some visitors, huh?
Something isn't right. Argus and the rest would have to cross that bridge to get here, but
What's going on?
Oh, I didn't notice you there. Are you a customer? If you're looking for stable services, head over to the counter. I'm waiting here to greet some guests we were expecting. But it's well past when they said they'd be arriving. I'm extremely worried. They've always crossed Owland Bridge in the past when they were coming here. I figured if I kept an eye on the bridge, I'd catch sight of them eventually. I guess they're all gourmets. Their leader, a chef named Agus, has taught me a lot about cooking. They were all excited to visit, and I was looking forward to it. They have a recipe from Princess Zelda to share. If Agus and the others have tents, then maybe they're taking the trip nice and slow, camping along the way. Still, they haven't shown up yet. I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh yeah, that does indeed not sound very great. Can we see them? Oh, just giant purple marker in the way. Wait, why did I put it there? Oh, Mr. Sign Guys. Yeah, that's Mr. Sign Guy. Yeah, I mean, I don't really see anyone either. Hopefully they didn't get attacked by monsters or something. But we should definitely look into that. Ooh, how nice! There's a cart ready for us to go. How cool. Means I don't even have to craft one myself this time around. Let's see. Anything new?
Well, let's see. What's in this issue of the Lucky Clover Gazette?
Goron's ravenous for red rocks.
Well, that's interesting.
There's been an uptick in nefarious activities by some members of the Goron tribe. Travelers to Goron City, beware. Nefarious activities by Gorons? Oh, did they have to, like, change their eating habits or something? Because the stone isn't as hot as they used to, as they're used to? This must be some kind of joke. Everyone knows how kind-hearted Gorons are. Yeah, that sounds...
His shocked face.
Gorons, not kind-hearted. It does indeed sound very strange. Oh man, I love so much how they've built up the mystery about the phenomena. It's so much more interesting to investigate them in comparison to Breath of the Wild. Because in Breath of the Wild, I mean, the Divine Beasts were still cool, and it was interesting to deal with their, like, misbehavior. But it was never really presented as an investigation, and also you didn't really hear about them until you got there, right? You went to wherever they were, and then they would tell you about, oh yeah, it's doing this or that, and we need to stop it. But now you always get these cool little hints and bits and pieces of information that, well, just make you very interested in what's going on and therefore push you in that direction, which is pretty cool. Yeah, Goron's nefarious? That really does sound very strange. Indeed. Any other news stories, though? Signs of a new weapon fad. Interesting. With weapons decaying all over the land, more and more people are embellishing their weapons with ores or other items. Yeah. When the upheaval occurred, some of that strange gloom got on my brand new sword and caused it to decay. It is pretty funny that other people are doing that too. I guess it's not that easy for them, right? As it is for us with the fusibility, but obviously it makes sense that you could still stick some stuff together if you really wanted to. Once I've finished up with this paper, I'd better get moving on to the next stop. Maybe I'll head to Kakariko Village in the southeast. I've heard its chief is really impressive. Is he talking about what I think he's talking about? I barely understand the concept. Okay, so based off of... So we heard... Right? Impa is doing her little tour of the memories and so on and so forth. She's not the head of Kakariko Village anymore. She left that on Paya, I think, was her name, right? The really, really shy girl from the previous game. Well, okay. I feel like they potentially changed her appearance somewhat. Maybe somewhat similar to what they did to Pura. Wait, do I actually want to do something here, though? Ah, we need to take another picture. Ah, Link, an empty frame caught your eye. Yeah, she's the shy girl. Is she, like, really hot now, too? Like Pura? Or what was his comment supposed to mean? I don't know. We stable owners are going to be putting paintings on display for everyone to enjoy. A stable association figured it would be a good idea for us to hang the frames first to get ready. My mind is made up. I know just what to hang on that wall. A picture of a mystical, blessed, great goddess statue. Oh! Ooh, wait a second. So they ask you for different things. When the first stable owner asked me to take a picture of the geoglyph, I had assumed that they all just wanted us to, like, they wanted me to do that every single time with geoglyphs that were located next to the stables, but no. Since this one is close to the Great Plateau, he wants me to take a picture of the Great Goddess statue in the Temple of Time. How very interesting. Now, then if you're not already aware, the Great in the name refers to how big these statues are. They're quietly enshrined throughout Hyrule, but not many people know their exact locations. The closest Great Goddess statue to us allegedly stands in a temple southwest of Hyrule Field. But all my search attempts have come up empty. Maybe it's somewhere that's difficult to get to by horse. Yeah, because it's up on a plateau. But I don't need to see the real thing. If I had a drawing of the Great Goddess statue, I could copy it down and put it up. Picture for Riverside Stable. Alright. Well, at least now we have a reason to go to the Great Plateau. That being said, I will put this particular quest on hold, because I really want to get to Kakariko first. What is that on the right? I don't think I've seen that yet. Is that some sort of spice? Spice pot or something? Because it's not oil. Some sort of crab stew. Looks really tasty. Alright, it's early in the morning, so it's not exactly worth it to sleep here, I don't think. I think I'm still missing a point, right? As a reward for 10 points, you can now register an additional horse. Whoa, cool! Okay, 3 more points, you'll get a traveler's saddle and a traveler's bridle for your horse. Oh, that is really awesome that you can get more cosmetics. We should still get an additional point, right? Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Okay, so let's put the card drawing thing on our horse. I wonder how many saddles you can get through the pony points. Really looking forward to it. Okay, let's change the equipment. Towing harness. Yes. That's right. Have you already been to Kakariko Village out east? I have not. Everybody's telling me about it. I want to go there, but I cannot do that if everybody that's telling me about it is also giving me a billion other tasks to do in the meantime. Kakariko Village is located between two steep mountains, so visitors to the village used to be few and far between. However, ever since those distinctive ring-shaped Zonai ruins landed there, things have been pretty lively. Oh, a lot of people just went into that direction and suddenly stumbled across Kakariko, I guess. Well, yeah, to be fair, the way it was sort of wedged in between... I mean, it made for a very pretty location once you were in the village. But I can definitely see that it would have been difficult to get there or to find it previously. Okay. Did I talk to everybody? I think I did. Current active quests. That's the picture. Is the... God, I have so many quests. That's insane. The cook Gotta is worried about some regular guests. Yeah. So... we need to take a look at the bridge. But before I do that... or rather, while I'm doing that, let's take the little Korok with us. Perfect. Grab this real quick. What the hell is that? Oh, it's just one of the ruins that fell from the sky. Okay. And, well, I mean, the geoglyph... the geoglyph I can probably get to as soon as I'm done with one of the towers. Wait, where was the Korok, though? Oh, up there, I see him. What's this giant boulder doing here, though? Hey there, buddy. Oh. Oh, it just... okay. It must have deactivated the quest or something. Well, it's not really a quest, but the interaction with the Korok. Right, come here, buddy. Boom. There we go. And now let's just try to cross the bridge. Wait, do I want to though? No, actually not. Because I said I wanted to cross the other bridge, right? Yeah. Okay. I think I just need to be careful not to alert any monsters. Because I don't think the Korok's gonna like that. There's a lot of monster camps around here. It would definitely be worth it to look at those ruins, wouldn't it? Well, that's for later, once I've actually dealt with the Korok. Oh yeah, that's very weird. It seems as if the game sometimes just doesn't load in the... or doesn't treat the... Huh. How very strange. I mean, that's clearly a bug, right? That these aren't moving in with the correct frame rate. Very strange indeed. I wonder why that happens, because usually games, well, they obviously tend to restrict frame rate of objects that are very far away, right? Sometimes to have, I mean, for example, the Monster Hunter World game did that a bunch. It's an interesting technique. I was never that big a fan of it. I think I would rather have, you know, well-designed pop-in. So pop-in where potentially certain animals, because you can, depending on how you're doing it, but you can definitely disguise pop-in sometimes, right? It heavily depends, obviously, on how big the objects are that need to be loaded in or streamed in while the game world is loading around the player, but well, it's just that if you have objects in the distance that are moving at half the frame rate you're currently playing in, I feel like it's way more janky to see that rather than having things pop in, right? Because the player usually isn't really, you're typically looking at your at the character you're controlling, right? Or at, you know, certain bits and pieces in the environment close to you. So things that are popping in sort of in the distance usually aren't that big of a deal. So that whole technique with it moving at a low frame rate, I'm really not a big fan of. That being said, in this case, it was clearly a bug, right? Because I was standing right next to it and was still not moving in the correct frame rate. So I feel like they, for some reason, maybe they missed a flag on the flag. Yeah. 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 What the hell? Okay. We just detached the thing from my horse. I mean, that's fine. I don't need it anymore, I don't think. Ooh. I think we have another battlefield there. Next round between Bokoblins and Zonai. How far away am I from the tower? Oh boy. That's quite the distance still, isn't it? But then again... I feel like it's definitely worth it to look at it, isn't it? I mean, eventually I have to make my way back to the stable, but for now, I think... yeah, going over to the tower is probably a pretty good idea. Oh, this giant tree is still around too. You know what? Let's leave him be for now. As much as I want to have the next round between Zonai and Bokoblin, I do want to finally, you know, actually achieve things. So it's... yeah. Okay, this is the swamp area. I do remember this. I didn't remember it being in this particular location. What the hell kind of ruin is that? Also, that's a giant chasm in the background. Wait, that's one of the upside down pyramids I just noticed, but a really big one. Ooh. But clearly this one lost its capability to float. Huh.